Welcome to the Calexico City Council, Calexico Redevelopment Successor Agency, Calexico Financing Authority. Meeting is now in session. Call to order at 6:40 p.m. Roll call.
Mayor Diana Nuricumbo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Present.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda,
Here.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Present.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon.
Here.
We have quorum.
Okay, thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor Cesenia, can you lead us in the invocation, please?
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you with a humble heart, asking that this meeting will come to one accord with you. We ask that every item in this agenda may be discussed in unity and respectfully. We pray for every item, for every presenter. We pray that you may open the heavens and open doors, that our city may be blessed, and that our city may be a blessing to the valley and for others. We pray for every director, for every leader in our community. Lord, in Jesus' name we ask, amen.
Please take a seat. Closed session announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council went in closed session. We did not finish discussing all the closed session items. As such, we'll be returning to closed session at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Approval of the agenda.
Mayor, we do have one revision to the agenda. We will be tabling item number 16 on discussion and potential action items on the agenda.
Okay. I would also like to table number 9. Do we need to give the reason? Or? No? Okay. For future, to come back at a future date? Mhm. Okay, so approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
I motion to approve the agenda with items 9 and 16 tabled.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Mayor Diana Nuricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Presentations. We have a presentation by the Imperial County District Attorney, Mr. George Marquez, regarding the new Proposition 36 law.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Honorable members of the City Council, Calexico, and everyone who's present. I want to thank you for this opportunity to being here and be able to present on Proposition 36, something that I think is very important that's going to help keep our community safe. I want to introduce a member, one of my senior attorneys, Waylon Chang, who's going to be here with me. We're both going to answer questions if you guys have questions. And I also have two of my supervising investigators, Carl Armstrong and Orlando Espino, who's a Calexico guy. He's a bulldog. All right, so let's get started, because I know you guys don't have a lot of time. So essentially, Prop 36, it's called the Homeless Drug Addiction and Theft Reduction Act. It passed by voters overwhelmingly in California by 68%, almost 70%. And the numbers in Imperial County were somewhere around there. It was close to 70% in Imperial County. So that shows that there was the will of the people wanted this to pass because of the problems with fentanyl and the problems with theft crimes. So we're going to get into these. We're going to talk about this. So essentially, Prop 36, it deals with fentanyl. I'm going to try to keep it as simple as I can. It deals with fentanyl, and it deals with theft crimes. Essentially, it enhances penalty, and it gives us more tools to prosecute offenders. So let's talk a little bit about drugs and guns. So under Prop 36, it increased the penalties for when somebody has possession of fentanyl and they have a gun. It's increased the penalties for that. So it's increased it to 2, 3, or 4 years in state prison on top of any other sentence they have. So that's an enhancement. The other enhancement is when somebody is selling fentanyl and they personally have a firearm, it increases that punishment to 3, 4, or 5 years. So it's even more. So keep in mind, so if they have a sentence, let's say for example, they're sentenced to 3 years, this is an enhancement, so it adds additional time to their sentence. So having a firearm and possessing fentanyl or selling fentanyl, possessing fentanyl for sale, increases punishment substantially. This is another good tool that we've got for fentanyl prosecutions. So in the past, there's what we call weight enhancement. So for example, if somebody possessed heroin or cocaine and they had a certain amount of the drug when they're selling it, there was enhancements that applied for 3 years up to 25 years. Prop 36, the enhancement kicked in with fentanyl. So there's enhancements for 3 years up to 25 years, depending on the amount. So if somebody has a small amount, 28.35, it's not really a small amount. There's an enhancement of three years. If they have up to 80 kilos, it's up to 25 years additional incarceration time. There's also this other tool that we have, what we call an injury enhancement. So when we typically have a crime where there's a significant amount of injury, we call that GBI, great bodily injury. So the way it applies now to fentanyl is, let's say for example, somebody sells somebody fentanyl and that person has an overdose. Then, but that person doesn't die, but they do overdose. We could now add the enhancements for GBI, it's an injury enhancement, which carries an additional time of 3 years in state prison. Okay? So great bodily injury is defined as significant or substantial physical injury. So somebody having an overdose and surviving a fentanyl would qualify for that. So you're hearing all this about punishment and all that. There's also, it's what we call a treatment mandated felony. So third time somebody possesses what we call hard drugs, we could charge them as a felony and we could mandate them into treatment. Well, they're going to have a choice. They can go into treatment or they could do the time, essentially. The priors have to be for hard drugs. So when we're talking about hard drugs, we're talking heroin, fentanyl, cocaine, methamphetamine, PCP, those 5. If they have priors with possession of those 5, third time will be a treatment mandated felony. So there's this recognition, and I recognize it. We all know people who have problems with drugs. And sometimes they want help. And if they want help, I'm going to help them. Because I think it's important to give those people who are addicted to drugs the help they need. Okay? If they don't want it, if they don't want the help, then they're going to have to face the punishment. It's the way the law works. So the prior convictions, essentially, it's possession or possession for sale or transporting or importing or something like that. All of those will qualify as priors. So the other part of Prop 36 deals with theft crimes. So in the past, prior to Prop 36, let's say, for example, you had people who were going into Walmart and they would steal $400. They'd go into another store, steal $300, go to another store, steal a couple $100. They were all misdemeanors because to get to a felony, we needed $950. The law for misdemeanors, obviously, it didn't carry a lot of weight, so people were getting a lot away with crimes. And right here in Calexico, we met with the management at Walmart. There was people in there who have walked in, they've stolen $18,000 worth of merchandise, a little at a time. They don't even stop them anymore. That's what was happening. So what this law allows us to do, if they commit more than one petty theft, we're able to aggregate it, and if that aggregation is more than $950, we can charge them with a felony, which is a tool we didn't have before. So a petty theft with 2 priors is now a felony. So the first conviction, it says here, it's a local prison, it's a wobbler. Wobbler means that we can charge it as a felony or a misdemeanor, it's up to us. Obviously, we do take into consideration individual facts, and it goes up to there all the way to 3 years. So a second and subsequent conviction is our state prison wobblers. So it's punishable up to above either 16 months to 3 years in state prison or up to 1 year in county jail. So one of the important things that you gotta recognize here is that the prosecution still has discretionary power. So depending on each case individually, we can charge it as a misdemeanor or we can send them away to state prison depending on the case. The qualifying prior convictions for theft crimes, a lot of these are common sense. Or robbery, they're theft-related crimes. Shoplifting, theft, burglary, possession of stolen property, receiving stolen property, things like that. Those will all qualify as prior theft crimes. So petty theft with 2 prior convictions. So we can create what we call a diversion or a deferred entry of judgment program for these people who are offenders. So a diversion program, that's pretty much before we file the case. It's pre-conviction. So let's say, for example, we offer somebody diversion. We'll tell them, you need to pay back everything you stole. You have to do X amount of community service, 100 hours of community service. You got to stay out of trouble for X amount of time. Could be a year, year and a half, 2 years. Maybe go do some counseling. If they do everything that they're supposed to do, and they stay out of trouble, then their case will be dismissed. And then we have what we call a deferred entry of judgment. It's similar to a diversion program, but it requires a defendant to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty at the beginning. And then we put certain conditions on them. You know, we can, again, have new community service, pay back whatever property they stole, get some counseling, whatever we deem appropriate. If they do everything they're supposed to do, they come back to a judge, we have a hearing, and the case gets dismissed. If they don't, they can get sentenced to a crime. So the factors that we need to consider in these cases is the willingness to participate, obviously, is a big one. Any underlying mental health or substance abuse issues, and whether the individual has a record of having serious or violent offenses on the record. Another part of the theft proportion of Prop 36 is excessive, what we call excessive takings. So if somebody takes property, there's enhancement. So for example, it kicks in at $50,000, $200,000, and up to $3 million. I don't think we're going to have that. You never know. I've seen almost everything in my career as a lawyer, but it's another tool. It's more jail time. The other part of Proposition 36 that has to deal with theft crimes is what we call acting in concert. So we all heard of the smash and grab burglaries that were happening like in LA. We didn't really have that here. I think we had one case before I was DA, but we had people who were driving up and down California, and they were even hitting our local stores, acting in concert with each other, taking a bunch of stuff and then just leaving, okay? So what this allows us to do, when there's 2 or more people who are acting in concerts to try to steal, and they have that intent, they could have an additional punishment of 1 to 2 or 3 years added to their sentence. So this is another tool that we have, okay? Now, what did I do here? So anytime I say it's an enhancement, it adds additional time. So whatever time they have, so if they're sentenced to 2 years, 16 months, this is in addition to that. So they could do up to 3 more years in addition to that. And you can follow us on Facebook or Instagram. But anyway, it's actually a lot more detailed than that, and we could spend a lot of time, but this is a good overview. I mean, it's basically it. I want you guys to understand how it works. We do have some cases already where these are being applied, where before we wouldn't be able to charge them, but now we're able to charge them because it changes the law. Another thing that I want to mention to you guys really quick before I leave, because I know you need to get on with your meeting, is that we started a retail theft initiative here in the city of Calexico, because we know that in Calexico there has been a shortage of police officers. Chief Orozco has been a great partner in helping me get that started. So essentially, we reached out to Walmart and we told them, hey, nonviolent petty theft cases, don't take the police off the street. They have more important things to do. File the case directly to us. If we have an identification, the police helps us with identification, and it's a way for us to hold these people accountable who are not being held accountable before. And it's kind of outside the box thinking. But it's something that we're trying it here in Calexico. We're seeing how it works, and if it works, then we're going to implement that valley-wide. But that's one way that we're trying to help this community here. So with that said, I want to thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing me to present.
Thank you, Mr. Marquez, and I also want to thank you for what you mentioned in the end about considering that, you know, we're short-staffed in our PD and helping us out that way. So we appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay, we will move on with public comments. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments, please?
Yes, we do, Madam Mayor. First speaker is Yolanda Cunningham.
Buenas noches. ¿Puede pasar estas fotos, por favor? Si es tan amable. Buenas noches, señores del concilio. Buenas noches a todos y cada uno de los presentes. Pues de nuevo estoy aquí, tratando de hablar de lo mismo, del parque donde resido. Voy a insistir y voy a seguir insistiendo al igual que las personas que vivimos ahí. Para mí es muy importante hablar de esto porque es directamente a mí y a las personas que pagamos el CFD, a quienes nos afecta directamente esta situación por alrededor de 20 años. Gracias, señores del concilio, señora Márquez, especialmente gracias por mandar poner los botes al Parque Córdoba. Tristemente ya se lo comenté el día de ayer y lo tengo que comentar porque es importante que se sepa pues que los botes de basura que pusieron no están aptos para un parque. Nosotros teníamos botes de basura que eran unos botes especiales que no se podían volar con el viento. Nos pusieron botes como de $15 que están tirando toda la basura, las personas recogiéndolas. Quizás para algunas personas parece una tontería, pero créame que para las personas que vivimos allí y que pagamos $219,000 al año, pues no tener ni siquiera para unos botes decentes, pues es demasiado, o sea, grotesco esto. Tengo que decir, y me da mucha pena, y lo voy a mencionar, no es nada personal respecto a la persona que lleva el cargo de servicios públicos. Yo no creo, honestamente, yo y muchísimas personas, que se esté llevando a cabo un buen trabajo. Que por favor pasen y vean, si ustedes gustan. Quizás sea algo muy tonto para ustedes, con todo respeto lo digo, que no lo creo porque realmente están tratando de ayudarnos, pero lo único que siento aquí es que el mensaje que se nos manda, ustedes tratan de hacer su trabajo y están confiando en la persona en la que están encargando las cosas y están confiando que las cosas se van a hacer bien. Y me da pena porque siento que es una falta de respeto para nosotros los ciudadanos y también para ustedes, honestamente se los digo. No creo que durante todo este tiempo la persona encargada que está en este cargo esté realizando su trabajo adecuadamente. Tenemos 20 años esperando un parque y no tenemos nada. Necesitamos que haya gente eficiente, que venga gente a trabajar, que se busque la manera de resolver las cosas. ¿Cómo nos ponen ese tipo de botes? ¿Cuál es el mensaje que nos están enviando? El mensaje que sentimos los residentes, los que vimos los botes y nos empezamos hasta a reír de ver esto porque andaban volando por todos lados, no les alcanza para ponernos unos botes decentes. Se robaron los botes de allí, se los llevaron. Que nos digan dónde están esos botes que estaban antes, que eran botes que eran pesados, que eran para un parque y no botes de basura. Otra cosa nada más les digo, por favor que vaya, y es la segunda vez que vengo, pusieron unas rampas por toda la col y creo que las pusieron para ayudar a las personas disabled, las personas que andan en bicicleta. Ya se cayó una señora porque tiene lleno de piedras. O sea, vamos a evitar demandas para la ciudad. Que vaya por favor esa persona o mande a alguien para que revisen esas obras que hay allí.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham.
Gracias.
Next speaker is Eugenio Ramos.
Hello, my name is Eugenio Ramos. My address is 925 Salvador Guilin Street here in Calexico. This is my first time speaking here, and I just want to thank everybody on the council and the city manager, because I've seen a lot of good differences in our city. Quick responses for ambulances and police. Now I hear my dogs barking to the sirens, so I'm glad because of it. And the city feels more secure overall and cleaner. And I just want to thank you all for doing such things. There's positive changes, and I am applauding those.
Thank you, Mr. Ramos.
Next speaker is David Saunders.
David Saunders, 121 East First Street, Calexico. Good evening. I'd like to start off by commending council members from the last meeting, because we had some that abstained from a vote because of conflicts of interest. And this is the kind of integrity that we need to see, and that's absolutely admirable. I do question when we have council members who have connections with members on agendas, items that vote for it and actually propose the motion, because that brings into question transparency, conflicts of interest, et cetera, et cetera. And when I say that, I don't just say it out of the blue. I'm saying that because the individual in question, who doesn't live in Calexico, was actively promoting this individual from candidate to now council member. So that, to me, seems like that would have been a conflict of interest. But second thing, we have an issue, it looks like, with communication in between the council, city employees, and the citizens. Had quite the interesting conversation on Facebook, because we can't reply to anything on the city page. Now, city page is supposed to have comments on it, but we'll get into that later. So, after a healthy back and forth, someone had told me that they had spoke with the city employee, and the city employee said that, yes, we don't have to resubmit. The two questions that set everything off was, one, do we have to resubmit since we submitted in January for the commissioner's post? And two, if we do, wouldn't that be good to put on the page, on the official city page? So according to them, the city employee had said, no, you don't have to resubmit. All right, that was opposite of what two city council members told me, but okay. So then the next day, city employees were calling a number of individuals, not all of them who had submitted, but a number of them, and saying, yes, you do have to resubmit, then calling them back and saying, no, you don't. So why is there no clarity? Where is the leadership? This is supposed to be more efficient, is what I was said. So if that's the case, or what I was told, so if that's the case, where is the efficiency here? And why is it that all 5 members aren't involved in being the ones to communicate with the public? It should be something where we can do that on the city page. Now, I was told that when I stated that it was illegal that we couldn't communicate on the city page, I was told that was misinformation. So I'd like to make sure that we're clear on that. Davison v. Randall, 2019. That was a 4th Circuit of Appeals. O'Connor-Ratliff v. Garnier, 2024 Supreme Court. Linke v. Freed, 2024 Supreme Court. All 3 are legal precedent that shows that official social media, government social media, cannot be blocking constituents. And since we know that there have been previous lawsuits against the city, I wouldn't think that this would be something we would want the city to be put into a litigious state.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders.
Next speaker is Jessica Gonzalez Perez.
Good evening, everyone, and I want to start off by thanking the council and all of you here for joining together in order to address city issues and hear us out as citizens. I reside at 525 de las Flores Street here in Calexico, and I also am the board president for Calexico Little League, for those of you who don't know me. Now, I'm here today, first of all, to thank the city, Parks and Recs, everyone who's been so willing and helpful with the issues that the league, has, and trying to keep the sport of baseball alive in Calexico. So thank you for that. And I know that a lot of you, we heard a lot about the candidates running on the platform for improving parks, right? And getting our parks into order. So that was terrific, and I see some action, taking place, and that's wonderful to see. I too, like you, would like to see Cordova Park opened in the memory of our late friend Adrian Cordova. That would be nice to finally see, especially since some of the little kids who should have played at that park are now in college, playing college ball. That'd be nice. So in the subject of parks, I come here to make a comment about the condition or the status of Rodriguez, which worries me. Just haven't really heard anything. The group that's supposedly helping there and is helping there with the labor and all of that, getting that park ready so that the 14 and under kids can actually compete, because it's the only park that fits them, by the way. They can't compete anywhere else. Okay, the parks would not be to measurement. So I have 36 kids who are gonna miss out on a season and home games. And I'm worried because I have a meeting coming up and I have no clue what's going on with Rodriguez. I don't see new toilets in, I don't see door handles in, I don't know if they're in order. That would be great. I've asked for a report from the other group that's involved. They have no status update from you guys. And that's my comment. We need to work together. Obviously, and before not working together, it wasn't working out. Once we started working together and having these groups come in and help, and having parents, which a lot of those are my parents, union workers, donating time. You've seen it, you've been there. It's wonderful to see, right, Mr. Ramos? Okay. But we need to keep the wheels turning. There needs to be communication. These groups need to work together because we have one common goal, and that is to improve Calexico. Together, as citizens, volunteers, city councilmen, department heads, together, because separately hasn't worked. But once we started working together, it's looking promising, isn't it? So that's my comment, that we continue to strive to thrive and not survive. All right? Thank you, City Council, for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next speaker is June Kim.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, the citizens and the city employees and the council members. And unfortunately, I didn't want to come, but I found something quick, so I have stopped by here. And I was really more than upset. I can say disappointed, because our city, in order to get whatever they want, they misleading the community. I'm using the misleading because somebody told me, Kim, you calm down your word. So I'm not gonna say instead of lie, I'm gonna use this misleading. And the last meeting, they misleading the community, and the planning commissioner, other big cities, they don't have it. Even they have some of the employees said that he was employed by big cities from the big cities, they don't have planning commissions. And I was kind of like interested. So what happens? They said they have a planning commissions with Los Angeles and the neighboring cities, which is they are completing each other's, combining the planning commissions. And also the mentioning the city San Pedro, I got 5 pages, whole agenda, all the planning requested, all the pages. And they didn't have it. I don't know where this goes to city then. Maybe this is from China, San Pedro? Where? Why you guys have to misleading general word, the gentle word, to community to receiving take over the planning commissions. Planning commission, the commissioner was mentioning a lot of cases that they delayed from the employees, and there are lots of cases was the favor or waivers. And city council want to take over for that. I remember when they approved the CFD bond at the Hearthstones, the planning commission, they didn't approve it. The city council, they fired the planning commissions, they approved the CFD project on the Hearthstone, now still in the problem in the cities. So why is the city, that is a simple mistake from the city employee or city manager or city council or whole of the group who wants to something under their benefit? Where is the people's benefit? I already mentioned it about the commissioners of what they needed, and our city staff openly misleading to the community in accepting the dismantle the city City Planning Commission. I don't know what they want. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim.
Carmen Estrada.
Buenas tardes, más bien buenas noches, la verdad. No sé ni qué hablar aquí ya. Yo tengo 29 años viniendo día a día a las juntas y estoy bien decepcionada. Yo no sé qué palabra decir aquí. No tenemos ningún campo, ni con dinero tuvimos campo. El Parque Córdoba, 270 y tantos mil dólares, no se llevó a cabo nada porque se llevó a los bomberos. Ok, está bien. Campo Giver, 8 millones y medio para un campo de soccer y el gimnasio no se llevó a cabo. Hasta ahorita 8 millones y medio ya no es nada. Se necesitan, yo creo, el doble para continuar eso y no se ha hecho. Otro, nosotros con dinero tampoco se hizo nada. El único campo que teníamos, si no es campo, es Carmen Estrada, que se llevó a cabo con dinero del IID, que vino por la CPAA. Fue una donación que pedimos nosotros, se trajo a la ciudad, la Unión de Electricistas puso la luz y nos destruyeron todo. Estoy decepcionada de todo esto. Estoy día a día ahí, juntando piedras. Ya no sé cómo hablar. Señores, por favor, vayan a ver lo que hay allá. Yo ya no sé de qué manera hablar aquí. Tengo 66 años. No quiero terminar mi vida sin ver un campo en Calexico de soccer. Por favor, el dinero de nosotros no se lo lleven a ningún lado, porque es ilegal. Ese dinero se tiene que poner ahí en nosotros. Eso es la única recomendación que le doy. Gracias a usted porque nos mandó los bomberos para que echaran agua al campo Córdoba. Ni el motor sirve. Ahorita estamos trabajando duro en el campo Carmen Estrada. Ya abrimos llaves. Mañana vamos a sembrar. Atrás de nosotros está una persona que no queremos decir el nombre porque no quiere la persona, pero muy pronto la vamos a hacer aquí en la próxima junta, si Dios quiere, y ya con el zacate ahí en el campo Carmen Estrada va a brillar, así como el que tenemos en el Gutiérrez. Nosotros fuimos las que pusimos 29 sprinkles, anivelamos y pusimos el fertilizante. Eso es lo que hace nuestra organización, la CPAA. Ahorita fue una inauguración. Gracias, señor Escobar, porque estuviste con nosotros, te lo agradezco. Infinidad de niños, fue precioso. Sé que no pudieron ir porque había junta, pero ojalá ya sea la última vez que venga y triunfar con un campo que digan, ya se empezó el nosotros, ya se empezó el Córdoba o ya se empezó el Giver. Saquen el dinero y ya pónganse a trabajar en eso. Y gracias.
Thank you, Mrs. Estrada.
Next speaker is Jonna Clark.
Okay, let's see. Where do I start? Once again, the city has no financial reports, no budgets, and it's ongoing. I mean, there isn't any reason we should be here if there isn't any financial reports that gives us, like, Heber District gives them the reports at every meeting, and they give them the minutes and agendas on time at every meeting, and I don't see why we can't provide that service. They also don't need a grant writer. They don't have to hire a grant writer because the clerk usually helps them with submitting their grants. And I don't think that we shouldn't be able to do the job that somebody in Heber is doing without hiring somebody for $150,000. Let's see, last time we were here, February 5th, we were waiting a long time. I think it was like an hour and a half before the council came out. And I wonder if you could change that a little and have your closed session meeting like in the afternoon and then at night start so that we can get on with the meeting and we could start it in a proper manner. And that's about it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Alexis Rangel.
Good evening, council members. Just really quick. It's been a while since I've been here, but I just wanted to, I didn't get a chance. I saw a few of the council members. I went to the IID meeting that they had out there, and I got to see Ms. Tylinda Legaspi, Nudicumbo at the meeting, so thank you for that. I do appreciate that you spoke up for the citizens over there. I do want to come because I decided to come today because I see that there are positions and salary schedules that are that look to be increased. Your city staff is basically working on a skeleton. There's you don't have enough people. Everywhere around the world, people are having trouble recruiting and retaining people. So I do complain. You can ask my husband, but I always try to give some sort of suggestions, right? So I don't know, because something like the previous woman mentioned, I haven't seen a budget, so I don't know what you guys are working with. But some suggestions that I have, and other cities are doing this to try to recruit people, is possibly incentivizing people to work by maybe giving remote work. A city manager definitely has to be here, but maybe somebody like a grant writer, maybe you offer so many days where they can work remotely and not have to come into the office. Also, think about things with relocation fees. Instead of raising the salary, maybe offering some sort of relocation fees. Apprenticeships are always really a good way to funnel in people. So that's another thing that the city could maybe kind of try to work on, maybe making some sort of apprenticeship for people who could follow the acting city manager and the other directors that are in their position. And there was a few other ones that I had here. So yeah, so I think that maybe, I know a lot of cities are, I believe it is the LA School District that is trying to recruit teachers by making it a 4-day work week. So maybe doing, I know the police department does it, they have 4 days, the patrol officers have 4 days on, and I think I don't know what the hours are for the firefighters, but things like that are incentives to be able to maybe attract people. We're not a big city, we don't have a big budget. Some people want to move to a small town. I don't know if that's something that you can mention when you're trying to recruit from out of town. Tell them, no, we're a border town, we're a small town, we're a small community. If you don't want to be in a big bustling community, you can be in a smaller local community where you'll know your neighbor or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next speaker is Maritza Hurtado.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Maritza Hurtado. I have a little bit of a hoarse voice. I've been a little sick. But I am a downtown business owner for almost 30 years. I'm a tax preparer, former councilwoman here in Calexico as well, two-time mayor. So after we did a recall here in the city of Calexico, a very successful one, the group that had united to do that work continued on. And what we continued on was to do things for our community that we actually really wanted to do, was to attack issues just as the previous speaker spoke about, which is our children's sports. Many of us are parents, many of us care about that part of what we are lacking for quality of life in the city of Calexico. So we began, Mr. Solano and I, he's not here today, but Mr. Solano and I began what's a nonprofit. And a lot of nonprofits here in Calexico that exist actually need a lot of help. For example, I also discovered that our Little League, which she's right there, I'm helping her out too, because apparently a lot of the different nonprofits in our community are not well established or not appropriately established. So I've been helping them with my experience in nonprofits to make sure that our organizations in Calexico, I can help them for free and make sure that they're also in the same position as we are as the Calexico Volunteer Alliance to be able to obtain grants. And grants is what's going to help us grow. The city of Calexico has never had things that we're doing right now, other than what I just heard right now, when you have other agencies that come in, or other groups like the unions, and give you no cost to low cost skilled labor to get things done. So we noticed that we needed these things at Rodriguez Park, and we got to do it. And also, Mr. Contreras, thank you so much for your cooperation. However, we definitely wanted to grow. We wanted to bring those dollars to the city of Calexico, which hasn't been done. There has been so much that has happened here. I understand we're going to be doing an audit, and I think that's great. However, I could just tell you guys right now, approximately in 2018, 17, whenever, we wasted our time on the cannabis industry. People went to jail. And now we're going to close the planning commission. Actually, that's where you probably should have an audit, is in your planning department. Because when cannabis came, they promised all of us $1 million a year in revenues. $1 million, and that was going to take care of all our parks. That was a lie. It was an absolute lie. We didn't have any planning commission, any citizens to review that project. But we got it, we wasted our time, and here we are with still the same conditions, horrific. Conditions where it's unbelievable, everyone who's listening to this, but the city of Calexico has not one operating restroom in any of their parks. Is that quality of life for us? No, it's not. So we're going to fight. We're going to fight as a community group consistently, although at this time we have discovered that this council has negative, very negative and hostile, we'll call it even, a possible interest in wanting to sabotage what it is that we're doing. We had to ask for a public records request for that. So I'm just going to ask that after reading that letter, that you decide that, yes, there is no 2 city halls. Like you said, there is only one community, and we are the community. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Julio Rocha.
Buenas noches, público, y buenas noches, City Council, miembros del City Council. No estoy hoy para nomás recordarles que, pues, ya necesitamos fiscal year de audit de 23-24. No sé qué está pasando, ya vamos a llegar a otro 24-25 y no han hecho el 23-24. Son nomás un recordatorio para que lo tomen en cuenta. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Rocha.
Jesús Escobar.
Hello. Mayor Noricumbo, Vice Mayor Legaspi, Council Members Linda, Marquez, Calderon, Juan, Carlos, Ronnie. Buenas noches. I haven't been here for a while, so I do have a couple of comments that I want to make. First of all, I want to extend invitations to all 5 of you to meet one-on-one to see how we can coordinate better. I've had multiple with Vice Mayor Legaspi and a few with Mayor Noricumbo, but I think the important thing is that we all bond together and see in ways that the county can work with the city in supporting it, be it the AAA, be it public health, be it public works, be it the sheriffs or DA as the presentation was given today, etc. There's multiple areas that we can definitely tackle on a consistent basis working together. So I invite all of you to work with us, work together in order to get that done. There's a 3-year plan, and unfortunately politics got in the way, the elections, etc. And Public Works has a 3-year plan for paving roads, obviously county roads, around the city of Calexico. I would love to work with our city manager in having a presentation by our Public Works director to be able for all of you to know what the 3-year plan is for the roads around the city of Calexico. There are arteries for people coming out of or going out or coming through the city of Calexico. So I think that's an important area that we should all be fully informed of, and I'm happy to work with our city manager. I also want to be able to bring a presentation on Lithium Valley. I think it's extremely important that you're all fully versed on what the current status of Lithium Valley. A week ago Friday, we actually made a presentation on our specific plan. It's a draft specific plan, And again, I would love to bring this home to Calexico so that you're all fully informed, fully aware of how much we've been able to accomplish, and obviously some of the hurdles that we still need to tackle. Lastly, some of you may know there is a Southern Border Committee. When I was first elected a supervisor for the County of Imperial, I created that Southern Border Committee to tackle issues on a basis where we had representation from the different sectors. Representation in this case from the office of our Congressman Ruiz, from the State Senator Steve Padilla's office, State Assembly Member Jeff Gonzalez's office, the ID. In fact, I've talked to both Director Luis Pacheco as well as Karen Eugenio. They're both willing to do to basically commit to attendance as well as an alternate, so that way there's always IID representation at the meetings. And I would love to have one or maybe two members of the City Council be members of that group as well. It will be open to the public, so we can definitely talk to our constituents on a very vocal, very direct basis, where they can ask questions that it's challenged to do elsewhere, because again, you're City Council, I'm County of Imperial, IID, and then we've got state and federal representation. So basically bringing everybody together for 60 to 90 minutes, hopefully in these chambers, once a month. I think it's a great way to work with our constituents and work with each other in trying to solve the problems that we have. I think I'm over my 3 minutes, so thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Supervisor Escobar.
No more general comments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, City Manager's report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, members of the council, members of the community. First and foremost, thank you for being in attendance. Thank you for your concerns. They are highly noted, and like as always, thank you for the roundtable and for the hard workers that our directors here up front continue to do day in, day out. They're all playing multiple roles in their departments, and your work hasn't gone unnoticed, and I want to thank you. I want to thank, we had a meeting with Supervisor Escobar, Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi, and I know Ms. Nuricombo wasn't able to attend, but thanks to the DA's office for hosting us and having these concerns regarding Prop 36. So I want to thank the county for opening their doors. There will be a ribbon cutting. The man himself is here, Mr. David Aguirre from ICTC. Would you like to say something regarding the ribbon cutting?
Sure. Good evening, honorable members of the City Council and members of the public. My name is David Aguirre. I'm the Executive Director of the Imperial County Transportation Commission. And so I wanted just to briefly share some updates pertaining to the Calexico Intermodal Transportation Center project that we're working on. We are very, very close to executing our final agreements with the contractor, but we are nonetheless working on some of the smaller scale items that we can accomplish in lieu of that. We had a pre-construction conference meeting today, which essentially kind of dictated a lot of the various items that we can do in the interim, like document submittals and things like that. But at this point in time, we're looking at possibly starting construction the first week of March. The project will last about a year or so. We anticipate coordinating with the city on a variety of different efforts, whether it be traffic control, demolition activities, also trying to schedule meetings with the public and the business owners that are likely going to be impacted by the project. So a lot of meetings that are going to be conducted to make sure that the city is aware of what's going on with the project, and of course trying to mitigate any impacts that will impact the public and the business owners within the city. So we're very excited about that. I'm excited to finally get the project going and start construction. And as the city manager noted, we are going to have a groundbreaking ceremony next Friday at 11 a.m. The public is welcome to attend. We'll have a few speakers present that'll share some words about the project and their efforts contributing towards the project, in addition to the ICTC board. So again, you're cordially invited to attend. We greatly appreciate it, and we look forward to working with the city as we construct this project. We understand that this project is going to be very meaningful for not only us, but for the city, and hopefully the continued growth for the city in the downtown area. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aguirre. So moving on to, I do have a list of items here. Like Ms. Estrada mentioned, CPAA is having their inauguration today, and when she says you know, the fire department goes and waters the grass, we have probationary firemen that we go out and train, so why not take advantage and go wet a green area with the fire engine? And touching on that, Public Works has been doing an outstanding job. I haven't been able to get out of my office in the last 2 days, and it's very claustrophobic. But he did mention that the palm trees along 2nd Street have been trimmed, and I want to thank Public Works for finally getting there. It's one thing at a time, small thing, but it means a lot when you're, like you mentioned, you're coming from Mexicali and you turn right and you see how clean it's becoming to look. She did mention to me as well that Great Western Recreation went to Cordova last week, and they took measurements, pictures, photos of the playground and the way that it's very deteriorating, and they're gonna put a price quote together and should be within 10 days. So we should have something within 10 days to see what the repair cost would be, because of the concerns of the kids and whatnot. We don't want nobody to get hurt. But Great Western went out there and took care of that, and again, kudos to her staff. On February 12th, Planning and Building Director both attended the Imperial County, both Mr. Coyne and Ms. Falomir attended the Imperial County meeting, State Highway and Relinquishment local training, and the City of El Centro. On February 12th, administration met with Great Western Playground. That was on the 12th. On the 14th, administration met with ICTC and Hazard Construction regarding the downtown project. On the same day, Parks Division began removing the graffiti at Cordova Park, which is finally cleaned up. The Streets Division also began removing graffiti along various locations. Planning, Building, Permit Technician and Public Works Manager, again, meeting with ICTC regarding the permitting, and Parks Division, again, started cleaning on February 19th, the downtown area as well. I think she delivered a 40-foot trash container for the cleanup of the Chamber of Commerce. So things are here moving along, and again, a big thank you to her and her staff, and for the continuous work that they're doing. Mr. Coyne is going to give us an update at the end of for next meeting, so kind of like what happened in the month of February for his planning department. Library has been working, extensively doing their projects and whatnot, going back and forth from the Carnegie to Kiki Camarena, so I want to thank them for that. Parks has been super busy. Parks and Recs have been super busy. They held a black and white opening night on Tuesday the 11th. They had 88 artists, showed 130 art pieces, 288 visitors, and it was open to the public. She's also working on the art cow, so if you guys want to go down to the cultural arts, and there's a cow that's going to be displayed at the fairgrounds. Mr. Eduardo Quintero has been doing an awesome job of painting. I know some of the staff went and did a few brushes or whatnot, so that you are invited to go down there and put your touch on that cow. That will be displayed at the fairgrounds. Upcoming events, she has the Mardi Gras dance Friday the 28th from 6 to 9. The Women's Arts Call for Artists deadline is to register the same day on the 28th. And then the International Women's Day Paint Night, March 4th at 5 p.m. Today we had a meeting with California Strategic Growth Council with Ms. Hylinda and the mayor, and also as well as the Institute of Local Government to collaborate, create some sort of MOU so we can bring these resources to Calexico and their willingness to help out on whatever areas that we need to with planning, with grant writing, and so on and so forth. So we had that meeting, and thank you for putting that together. I want to thank the finance department. She is working on the quarterly report. Should be done around the end of the month, next month. She also is working on and I want to thank her for separating, as you saw in the minutes, she did separate the warrants and the grants, as she mentioned she would, to make it more transparent. I know I want to thank her because she's been doing multiple roles, doing a lot of HR work, and thank her for that. But I do want to touch up on a sensitive subject here, and it is, you know, I think it's we have to come up with a solution, a plan, some sort of agreement within the next 2 weeks, because just yesterday I did get 2 resignation letters, and I don't want to thank Mr. Ramos for his, you know, his support on the fire department and him hearing the ambulance on his side of town. But we're losing 4 paramedics that we can't afford to lose. So currently we have 2 paramedics, and we can't keep them on every day, all day on the ambulance. We're losing them to other local agencies and one to San Diego County. We have drafted up, I did draft up a mutual aid contract with surrounding agencies. Staff does have a meeting tomorrow with AMR. If we're not able to provide a public ambulance service or maintain our staffing appropriately for our exclusive operating area and 201, which the city of Calexico has had an ambulance since 1972. When the Heffernan board went under and the hospital closed, the ambulance was grandfathered in 1980. So Calexico is the only city in the whole county that provides a public service to the community via the ambulance. And if we don't have personnel to man the ambulance, we're not going to be able to provide that service. And if we lose these 201 rights that we've had for quite some time, you never get that back. And talking to Ms. Chaparro this morning and trying to come up with ideas on how we can stop the bleeding, there is no other option but to have other another ambulance service come in. There is having a talk. We are having a talk tomorrow with them. It is a $1.5 million revenue loss, because that's what's budgeted for, and it is a big blow. I didn't know they were going to show up. I did mention I was going to bring it up because it's concerning. I need to come up with a plan within 2 weeks, because they submitted their 2 weeks yesterday for, you know, and one's going to end at the end of this week, the other one's going to end maybe a few days later, and then just today I got a call say, hey, you know, I'm going to give you my 2 weeks. So it is a devastating hit to our department. We've never been in this position, and I say our department because I represent the department, right? But we really need to think what we want to do with the ambulance, because if we lose it, we will never bring it back. And you know, I don't make the room all somber, but you know, there's always plans and ideas that we can come up with, but that's the reality of it. If we lose our ambulance, we don't have a public ambulance to serve, what do they call it, the hospital on wheels for the community. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. City Council comments, Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi.
Yes. Like the city manager said, we both met with DA Marcus, and we spoke regarding to Proposition 36. And also we talked about the Walmart as a pilot program for streamlining. We also met, I met with the Imperial County Board of Supervisors, and we also talked about Mr. Escobar, and Mr. Hawk was part of that meeting along with the city manager, and they are planning on working on repairing county roadways that are main arteries to our city. The mayor, city manager, Chief Orozco, and I met with social services via Zoom regarding the assistance they'll be providing when it comes to unhoused individuals. And I know that there's a city ordinance that's coming down that the chief is going to be working on regarding contacting unhoused individuals and providing some form of services. The library manager, Liseth, and I had an awesome time reading to 2-year-olds. Children at, what do you read to a 2-year-old, right? At ICOE Early One Educational Program being with the assistance of a school board member, director, and ECEPD Michael Castillo. We had a great time with the kids there. The mayor and I spoke to Mr. Arguez at the Calexico Airport regarding a future venture that will make the airport great again. I'm not going to talk about what the venture is. I'll let the mayor talk about that. Also, the Chamber of Commerce. We are trying to go back to the building over there on 98 and 111. So last week we went over there and we walked inside, and yes, it is a mess, and they're cleaning it, and we're gonna we're gonna make it happen. So we're working on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi. Councilmember Thailenda.
I'll keep it short and sweet. One of the things I'd like to highlight is meeting with the new planning and building director and the city manager, where we brainstormed to bring a workshop to discuss the fees due to community members expressing their concerns with how expensive planning and building permit fees are, and what we're doing in terms of cost recovery and how accurate they are. Apart from that, I want to remind everyone that February 28th is the groundbreaking for the new transit station at 11 a.m. on 3rd Street. It's been a project in the pipeline since 2013, so it's a pretty big deal. So if you guys could come out and support it, that would be wonderful. It's open to the public. It's on 3rd Street at the old Thrifty Rite Aid building. And also, I've been in communications with the chief of police. There's been multiple concerns expressed by residents in the east end of the city that there's a lot of racing in the middle of the night, and so hopefully we can get an update later on a campaign to address those issues. So yeah, so that's the end of my report.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you. I was able to meet with several members of the community. Last week, I met with a member, and we're talking about the City of Calexico Animal Shelter and the renovations that are needed for that department, or that little holding place for the fur babies. Also, I was able to meet with another citizen in regards to Rodriguez Park. She also gave me a list of items that were missing and that were needed. I guess they're just needing these items to be able to install, to be able to have a working restroom in that park. I do believe they have submitted those items to the city. We just need to see where we are with that project. And also the help that Little League is going to be needing, because they don't have working restrooms as well. I was able to go with Councilmember Legaspi to the urgent care grant opening, and it was event. Then after that, I also had the pleasure of meeting with a group of members of the community who were also very concerned about the Cordova Park and the items that were needed there, and other concerns that they were raising. This morning, I was able to see Ms. Estrada at the park. I was able to see how they have leveled off the area. They started yesterday with a small tractor in there, and I saw how they leveled it off. And this morning, I saw her there watering the park all day today. So that's all that I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Calderon.
Yes, good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight. February 11th, I attended the Black and White Art exhibition at Carmen Durazo, And it was a great event because we had not only people from all over the valley, but from Mexicali also. And there was like 200 people that were there, so it was a great event. And if you like art, I encourage you to attend. Also, February 13th, I attended a meeting with the Women Improvement Club. And these women have a lot of history with Calexico, and they had a lot of questions and are willing to help us out whenever we need the help. And last but not least, like Ms. Marquez and Mr. Lassie mentioned, I also attended the Valley Urgent Care grand opening. I just want to thank Dr. Tyson for bringing another level of medical care for our citizens in Calexico. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Calderon. So I want to start with what we've been doing with the parks, because we don't move fast enough as much as I would like to move, but that's the way things are. Cities operate different than the private sector. But I will start off with, I was told that we are in the quotes phase for the repairs to Nosotros Park. So that one should start to get repairs soon. So just to inform that about the parks. Also, we met, as the city manager mentioned, this afternoon before the meeting. Councilmember Thailenda, city manager, and myself met with the assistance of the staff from Senator Steve Padilla's office. Councilmember Thailenda and myself requested to meet with them a couple of weeks ago to get their assistance in certain areas, one of them being the Heber Park. As most of us do know, there was a quote for a project to be made. Nothing was done. COVID got in between. We lost staff. There were changes to staff, to council, and now it doesn't cost the same amount that it costs. So the amount that we're short and the time that we have to start the project is an issue that concerns all of us. However, Councilmember Thailenda and myself approached Senator Steve Padilla's office to request some help with that. So just so you know, at our meeting today with the SGC, who is the California Strategic Growth Council, and also in that meeting was the ILG, which is the Institute for Local Government. And like I said, this meeting was arranged by the staff of Senator Steve Padilla. So we discussed how they can assist us in talking to the state agency that we need to speak to about this park, so that we can start building in stages. The idea is to build at least in two phases, so that we can start with the monies that we do have, continue with the original plan, and these organizations will assist us in going after the difference that we need to complete the park, so that the park gets built as it was intended to be. So I want to put that out there. I know it's not fast enough, but it's as fast as I could possibly do it on my end. Like I said, we approached his office 4 weeks ago. And then today we had the meeting with this organization, which is a great meeting. Also, with that, with parks, I want to thank Councilmember Calderon, who didn't mention it, but he actually put together a meeting between the school district superintendent, city manager, and myself were present. And this meeting was to establish that relationship that we want to have with the school board, and also to speak about the impact fees. But not only that, but to discuss the possibility of utilizing school sites for sports, for community sports. And there were two schools that were mentioned. So just so you know, what is going to proceed is that he's going to assist in creating an ad hoc committee to where members of the council and city staff, along with members of the school board, trustees, and city staff get together and start planning a way to where we can start using the school properties, a couple of them, so that we can use them for our community sports. So I wanted to put that out there for the concern that, for the legitimate concern that citizens have regarding space for our kids' activities. And I did mention we discussed the impact fees in that meeting. Okay. So then I also want to thank County Supervisor Escobar, who's here, for assisting us in setting up meetings with 2 county departments, one of them being behavioral health and the other being the Department of Social Services. And so the intent of that meeting is to collaborate with these county departments, with the assistant of the supervisor, and to see how we can continue to better address the homeless issue that we have in our city. If you guys aren't aware, the city of Calexico is the city with the highest homeless population within the valley, if you don't count the slabs. So if you leave out the slabs, we're next. So that's why this meeting was very important. We're also going to start getting together in these committees and start approaching methods to where we're offering these people in our community the care, and start with that. They're going to be sending people from their departments working along with our staff at the PD and approaching them and letting them know what assistance is out there, and move from there. And there's also an ordinance being worked regarding that, that I believe the city of Brawley already adopted, and it's regarding the encampments on public spaces. So I want to let you know that we're working on that. Let me catch my breath. We also met at the airport, like Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi mentioned, along with the city manager and the airport manager there. I don't, what's his name? Mr. Arguelles. So we are working on a plan for the airport to make our airport great again. Is that it? So we want to make it a functional airport. With this is a facility that has a very special license that we're the only ones that have it here anyway, and it's an international license. So we're looking at the possibility, and I'll let you know now, because it's not a done deal, but we're working on the possibility of making it a cargo airport, so that just like in the East Port of Entry, you have all the semi-tractors coming in with a product that's being imported, but you know the county is the one that sees those that income. So we're looking at the possibility of having our airport do the same, but via airplane, so that we can generate more income for our city. And next week, we believe that we're gonna at the inauguration of the Intermodal Transit Center, we're expecting the visit of Congressman Raul Ruiz, and hopefully after that, we're going to meet at the airport so that he can look at our plan and see the feasibility of it, and see how they can help us out at the federal level. So, and again, going back to our meeting earlier today, these are 2 great agencies that we didn't know existed, that I guess we came across as we were looking for assistance for the city. And they're going to plan out and help us to come down and train our staff on applying for grants, especially since we're going to be reviewing one of those positions later on today. But so that the city can go out there for all the grants that we possibly can, because there definitely are many. Unfortunately, we don't have staff. I'm not saying we're not applying for them, but you know, we already have a lot of work sometimes as it is with the limited staff, that even if we would want to, it's hard to do. So we're gonna have simultaneous assistance from them, as well as what we're going to be doing together. They're also going to offer training for a planning commission, so I know some people didn't agree, but the fact is that now this council serves as your planning commission, so we're also going to be looking for training for that. And that's all I have. So. Yeah, okay. So we move over to the consent agenda. No, we already did that.
Discussion.
I'm lost.
Discussion.
Yes. So discussion and potential action items. Do we have any public comment?
Madam Mayor, no, we need a consent agenda first to approve the items 6, 7, and 8.
Okay, yeah, see, I just spoke too much and I lost where I'm at. Sorry about that. Okay, so we're moving on to the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments? Or are we gonna, we already tabled one of them, so do we have any comments on the
No, we
consent
don't.
agenda? Okay.
A motion to approve.
Motion to approve?
Second it.
Okay, roll call.
Mayor Diana Noricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is a discussion and potential action items. Item number 10, sidewalk improvement, Grant Street, Calexico Street, and Van de Graaff Avenue for, I'm not gonna read the whole thing, right? It's long. So do we have any,
Yes, we do.
any comment on it?
Mr. Jun Kim.
We don't have a presentation, do we, on that one? Do you want, you fine? Okay.
Okay, first of all, I'm glad you guys to try to fix the city, but it's not like before, please. The city, they opened all the sidewalk, took them more than years to nothing, not finishing. All the street, sidewalk and street, all the partial, the little stones, they're all over the cities, more than years. Downtowns, and there are a lot of people, a lot of places. And I believe at that time they've been hired a contractor and they can't cancel, they hired another contractor. And it seemed to me like a one small company or whatever they do for the one job to all the open the construction, all the cities, the sidewalk, and then they take the months and months. They starting little by little. Even the people was complaining. So please just finish as soon as possible instead of hold the portions to do job. So it's gonna be unbelievable inconvenience for the citizens. So please do end up that care for that. And also, last of city of Calexico is lucky we didn't get the sue from the potholes on the sidewalks. Potholes on the street and pothole on the sidewalks. So should the city to taking care of that, and I believe the state have a grant for that too. So you have to taking care of that pothole, same time at least starting from the same place to taking care of the pothole together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Any other comments?
Next speaker is Jose Hinojosa.
Did everyone get one? Except for the city attorney, I forgot. I'm sorry. Can you share?
Yeah,
You have.
we're sharing.
Okay. Jose Hinojosa, 1056 F. Torres. In reference to this item, the first document, agenda item number 10, if you jump to page 2 on the background, we see that the matching funds are 707,000. That's 707,000 of our local monies, local funding. So the total 937, we get only 230,000, and we're putting in of Measure D funds and others 707,000. The next document, this is a document where the city agreed to build La Jolla Palms Boulevard with Measure D funds. You can see it, you have a copy of it. November 16, 2016. So we've been waiting for our street to be built since November 16, 2016. So that was almost 9 years ago. Almost 9 years. We've been waiting for a non-compliant La Jolla Palms Boulevard. We're violating the state's Subdivision Map Act. You can talk to your planning director what that means. The next item is the map of La Jolla Palms Boulevard. Right here, you have it in your hands. The next document is the engineering report, where we have all the studies done on La Jolla Palms Boulevard. The next item here is the financing plan, the $15 million that people from that CFD are paying right now, and they haven't gotten their entrance. The next item here is an agenda item from the December 4th, 2024 meeting, where we talked again on this change order for $631,000. And the second page, you can see Measure D funds, $1.6 million. Those are precious Measure D funds from our city. The whole project was $3 million. The last item, agenda item 6, you can see that the original amount was 1.2 million. Look at it, on the last one, on the July 25, 2024, $1.2 million. Then the change order comes in, and you see that Measure D funds is $1.6 million. So that's a $400,000 difference, just in paper. And there's no background on that change, on that 400,000. So I ask you for you guys to pause spending those precious Measure D funds, and give us a priority. Since 2016, we've been waiting for this entrance. We have the study, you have the plans. Public Works has the plans for that street, La Jolla Palms Boulevard. They have it. So please pause and give us our street. We paid for it, and you guys have already voted to fund it, and you have it in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hinojosa.
No more comments.
Okay. So, do we have a motion for item number 10? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm gonna bring it back for comment. Do any of you have a comment on item number 10? Do you want her to? Yeah, can you please make a presentation?
Well, she doesn't have all this information. It's a lot of information to look into. So I think that maybe we should, could share it and then have them address, because I don't think it's fair to make like a table. Oh, you did, you got it? Okay. It's a lot of information, especially with. Yeah. So I do have questions. However you'd like.
So do you want to see a presentation, or you want to have a motion? You want to see it?
Well, the presentation is on item 10, not on what you just gave us.
Yeah. The presentation would be on item number 10.
Yes, so about 2 years ago, there was a call for projects under the Congestion Mitigated Air Quality program. The city submitted, we have had a lot of complaints regarding sidewalks, especially on Grand Street between Amelia and Pierce Avenue. I believe Mr. Jesse Garcia has come up here before on several occasions requesting that. So about 2 years ago, we submitted a grant application. We were awarded $230,000. It's not a lot of money, but we were awarded that. We do have Measure D funds. Unfortunately, we haven't spent, I think we have about $7 million in the pot of the Measure D that we have programmed for street overlays, Cole Road, sidewalks, and other projects that we have under our capital improvement program. So we got the money. Now we went ahead and hired Phil Weston Associates to do the plans and specs. The plans and specs were approved. We brought them to City Council. We went to advertise, and then now we went to the phase of awarding a contract. We received 2 quotes, one from Grove Engineering as well as the second one from Pyramid Construction. Rover Engineering was the lowest qualified bidders, so I come before you to award this contract. I know that there's talk about Measure D funds, but I would like to inform council that this project is currently on the Caltrans inactive list. So if I recommend that it is approved, because if not, there's potential of losing the $230,000.
Before you leave, I do have a question. What Mr. Hinojosa brought up, was that in fact an item that was approved to be done with this funding? And that's question number 2, I guess is a 2-part question. Was it voted, was it approved? I think we would need information on the minutes to see if it was approved and never done. And also, if this item that we're looking at now with the sidewalks, if that gets approved, will there be enough Measure D funding left to fulfill the commitment that prior council approved?
As for the Hearthstone, I would have to see the agenda staff report. It's only the minutes, so I don't know what was presented back in 2016. As for
I'm going to let you come back just so you can answer that question. Do you have the answer to the question or no?
You have a copy of the minutes. That's a copy of the minutes right there.
I didn't get a copy. One of you have them. Yeah, so the question is, if it was already approved, and it goes back to you, I just want to make sure that before we commit any additional Measure D funding, whether we lose it, I mean, hopefully we don't and we can figure out a plan, but before we commit, I want to ensure that there is enough money left to, like I said, fulfill a project that was approved and then just left to the side.
right now, how can I put it? This last year in 2014, I prepared a task order about 24 streets throughout the city that need repairs. We are constantly getting calls of potholes. The Rainbow Park subdivision, if you go out there, the streets is a really bad condition. No proposals were submitted, so this month I went out again to do the task order. I think the deadline is this Friday for the proposals. So on that one, it would be a council's decision whether we pay an engineer to do the plans and specs and do the construction of the street, or if you want to relocate that money just to do the expansion of West Rancho Frontera. So that's a decision that I guess we will need to bring to council, whether we do the 25 streets that we're proposing, or if we do La Jolla Palms or Rancho Frontera expansion. I can also tell you that there's also going to be another call for projects through the Department of Transportation. Once we have the guidelines, I can also see if this street qualifies to be part of the grant application. We can also have that also option. But again, it won't be, the fiscal funding periods is like 26, 27, 27, 28. So we have several options of trying to see if we can get grants to continue Rancho Frontera, or last time I heard, what's it called, Spud Moreno, from the back all the way to Yerman Road. That's another option as well.
So my next question would, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I would need answers before I could at least commit to voting for funding that's been allocated practically, from what I understand, to another project. Because if there are minutes, whether they be here, whether they be from 2016, that states that a certain amount must be allocated to a certain project with Measure D funds, and it didn't happen, but it's been allocated, and that was never changed. I would like to know the reason why it was just ignored, why a vote from the council back in the day was just ignored. So we can probably see this again in 2 weeks. Or let me know if 2 weeks is going to put this in jeopardy.
Well, I can tell you that our capital improvement program does not include the project that Mr. Hinojosa submitted to you right now. It's not part of our capital improvement program for the next 5 years. So therefore, Measure D funding has not been allocated for this particular project.
But it was in previous years, correct?
I don't know, ma'am. I wasn't in 2016. I don't think I was involved in this. So I would have to research.
I think we should let her research it and then bring it back, because it's not even on the agenda. What's on the agenda is item 10. And I think let her research it, bring it back, give her 2 weeks, and then we can decide what we're gonna do.
What's the time frame on that grant?
On which one?
On this one.
On this one?
On this one, well, as I mentioned, it's already in the inactive list. I need to provide documentation and invoice for this project within the next 2 months.
I think we can wait 2 weeks. We need to do a little bit of research, especially with the new commissions coming on board. So we need to find out what happened there. And once we have more information, we can look at this again, because you're talking about the same funding source. So I would like to make, anybody want to motion?
A motion to table it.
Do I have a second? Second. Roll call?
Mayor Diana Noricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon.
Tabling it for 2 weeks? Is that what we're talking? And we have 2 months to take care of this.
Well, I need to provide an invoice, which means that the contractor needs to be ready now, so he can provide me an invoice in a month. It's a whole process with the Department of Transportation.
Well,
Could we have a special
But
meeting? Could we have a special meeting for this?
yeah, I don't agree with this, so I don't want to table it. It's a different item, and it has to go through.
So what's your vote, Councilmember Calderon?
No.
Okay.
Motion passes.
All right.
The item number 11 is related to this project, so.
I'm sorry?
Item number 11 is related to this project. It's
Oh,
for
okay.
to obtain a construction management to oversee the project.
So then, does anybody have a motion on that item, since it's directly related?
We'd have to table it.
So do you have a motion?
I motion to table item 11.
Motion to table item number 11. Do I have a second?
I second it.
Roll call?
Mayor Diana Noricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon.
No.
Motion passes.
Okay, and I just want to give direction to the city manager, because of what we just happened here, that we do the research and we bring it back next week with all the information. Thank you. Item number 12. Authorize the recruitment and allocation of funding for the grants manager position to enhance the city's ability to secure, manage, and maximize grant opportunities. Do I have comment?
Yes. Bill Maxon.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. My name is Bill Maxon. I work for Mestagni Holstead, and I represent two of the bargaining groups, the CMA and CMEA. Our question for this is, what you have listed in the agenda tonight is different information than what's actually listed in the last agenda, and it's different than what is posted on your website. So my question to you is that the information that is in tonight's agenda is accurate, and that you are going to make this a manager position that belongs to the CMA bargaining group, and they are not an at-will employee, as your website suggests. We're very adamant about that. And that's it for that one. We just want to make sure that they are part of the bargaining group and they will not be an at-will employee.
Thank you, sir. Any other comment?
No more comments.
Okay. Council, would you have any comment on this item before we do any motion?
I'd like Ms. Chaparro to speak a bit about this.
Just to respond to that question, there was an error. I don't know when it happened or how it happened, but the job description prior to me working on the staff report was I don't know, for whatever reason, it was categorized at will. I did make that correction when I was working on the staff report. It is not an at-will position. It is actually part of the CMA, the City Management Association group. So if you see that staff report and you look at the job description, it states right there that it's a CMA position.
As of last night when I looked online,
And the staff report,
when I looked at the job descriptions online for
yes, that's the incorrect one. That was the one that I corrected.
And we'll
So I corrected it with the staff report. If you look at the staff report and you look at the attached job description, you'll see the correction. So the one that is posted online right now is incorrect. And we'll go ahead, if this passes, we'll go ahead and make that correction.
Okay, so for the record, this position is,
I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna go ahead and recuse myself.
okay?
Yes, it is part of the City Management Association group.
Okay. All right, any council member want to comment on this position? Or this item? There's no change. They just had a concern because there was an error on what the description, the job description was on the website, and it said that it was at will, correct?
Yeah.
It was at
And
will, yes.
she found the mistake. We need to correct it on our end in HR, and we'll have that done tomorrow.
Yeah, but so we're just, I guess, confirming the question that the gentleman had is that they are part of the CMA, which is something that we knew.
So no changes are being made to the agenda item itself. There was just a clarification for the public comments, correct?
Okay, anybody want to speak on it, or, no? Not, I do. I would like to just give you a little bit of information why this position, I believe, is important for the city. One of the reasons that I mentioned earlier as I was informing you about our meeting with these other agencies is that there's a lot of resources out there. Just like the resources that we went after, that we've been going after, not so much financial, but assistance-wise, with the county, with the senator's office, there are financial resources that our city is not tapping into, and we really need them in order for our city to work. And the reasoning behind this position is that it will pay itself eventually once it starts applying and going after these grants. And also another very important reason is because we have some past grants that the city has already been, currently working on that are not in compliance. So this position will come in and as a professional management position, will come in and review those grants and contact the appropriate agencies and identify what are the issues, how to resolve them, so we can move forward, because there are certain programs and certain grants that we are not able to get funding or we have not been reimbursed for because of these situations. So this position, that's the value and the importance of this position. Did you have something?
Yeah, I did. I want to add. I think that in addition to what you're saying, there's big money, millions of dollars actually frozen because the city's been non-compliant since 2013. It's the CDBG program income grants. And we can't tap into that money, which that money could be used to fund grant positions because they have an administrative percentage allocated to cover administrative costs. So a grant manager who's working on submitting financial documents, and that's why we're on the naughty list with the State of California Housing and Community Development Department. We can't even use the money, and it's suspended in time in a black hole for all these years. Apart from that, there's actually a lot of non-competitive grants that this city has not applied for because of lack of staff. So it's free money, non-competitive. All you have to do is submit an application and you get the money. And it's for certain departments that don't have that capacity. For example, we have a planning and building director. During the time that we didn't, we missed out on some grants that were non-competitive. And non-competitive grants also have administrative costs budgeted into what they grant the jurisdiction. So there's a lot of ways to fund this position that aren't being, utilized to the maximum capacity. So.
Yeah, just, you can make a comment.
Berta Carreño, residente de la ciudad de Calexico. La razón por la que quería comentar acerca de esto, I don't know if it is better in English or Spanish. What's better for you? Okay. I don't think, my opinion is that I don't think that we need a management position for this grant writer. My experience as a former manager for the behavioral health system is that most of the departments in the county use administrative analysts to do that. The analyst, the salary is a lot less than a manager. They don't have to have staff under themselves, which is the manager. The manager will need supportive staff, and they report to the manager. They don't report directly to the director or the city manager. So the position is a little bit less, how would I say, important. But at the same time, this person has the qualifications to write the right grants. They don't spend the whole day, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week writing grants. They don't do that. Actually, our analysts in our department, they used to do a lot of different things, not only writing grants. They do the research, and they also assisted other departments in doing things, analyzing data and helping with other issues, related to the specific departments that they are assigned. So I don't think that there is a need for a management position. Definitely, we need someone to be able to write the grants and to dedicate to that only, but not at that level. I really was a little bit curious about how the Human Relations Department in the city works. I was looking for an organizational chart. I didn't find any. I don't know who reports to who. I don't know who is responsible for what. I don't know who is responsible for discipline. And so I think that it's very important that we have that information. Who is this manager going to report to? And what where in the organizational chart, what is the position and how many people will have under her or him? So I think that we need to really look into that and consider, what is done in other departments within the county, and get different ideas. We don't need to spend that much money. We are in a position in the city to spend a lot of money. We know that we're short of funds. We don't have the resources. We have to be able to use those resources wisely. So make sure that money, we make good use of that, because it's not right, that we just create new departments or new positions for something for money that we don't have.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Just to touch off a little bit on that, I actually believe that you actually helped my point a little, because you're speaking, I also worked in the county for quite some years, so I know the analyst position that each department has. The difference between an analyst and a manager is that this position, number one, it's not a new position. It's already been created. It's been there for many years. It just wasn't funded. So what we're doing today is adopting or looking to adopt the budget amendment to fund the position and bring it back. So the difference between this position and an analyst position is because, like you said, an analyst works on a certain grant for a particular department within the county. So the way that works is that they're working on a grant. They may be managing one, they may be managing 5 for the department. And depending on the time that they have available left, then they can go and assist the department with other tasks. The difference between this position is that it's not going to one department. It's actually going to assist. It's going to work directly under the city manager when we have the city manager here, and it's actually going to assist with ensuring that the police department grants, the Parks and Recs grant, the library grant, the Public Works grant, which is probably the one that receives the most funding, the planning department, and all these grants, that this one position is ensuring that all these grants are in compliance, and that's what we're doing, and that they're also conducting an oversight to ensure that the regulations on those grants and the policies and the requirements are being followed. So that's the difference between the analyst position and the grants manager position within the city. So. So, and I'm sorry, I gave you an opportunity to speak already, and I understand that, but again, the analyst goes to an individual department. If you go to the county CEO's office, you won't have one, but you'll have 2 senior analysts, or sometimes they're called deputy directors, who are the ones that oversee the grants at countywide. So this position is that type of position at the city level. So, with that said, do I have a motion? You want to comment?
So based on the information that we kind of got from everybody here, because I like to weigh everybody's comments, I do see how we have a grant that we just talked about in the item before. And this grant has 2 months to expire. So that's the kind of thing that we're talking about. We need somebody who's, because, and I'm not saying, oh, you know, it's your fault. No. What I'm saying is, you guys are already doing so much that I think you guys need that help. Oh, yes, of course.
That's in the works
Yes,
too.
of
We
course.
just haven't had any applications, but part of the things that we as a council, I guess, when we were campaigning, we did say that we were going to conduct change, and that's what the people are expecting, and doing some type of restructuring and not creating new positions, but bringing positions that haven't been used or weren't used as they should have been used in the past, and that's part of the things that we're doing. So the city needs money, and one of the best ways that it can bring money in is through grants. So that's the whole basis behind this item.
What is this, is it sustainable?
So in fiscal year 2025, and I mentioned the last meeting, we were gonna have to do a budget transfer, and the funding is gonna come from the salary savings that we had in the finance department. So because there was a position that was vacant for half of the fiscal year, and we're gonna transfer those salary savings to be able to cover the 4 months until the fiscal year ends. Fiscal year 2026, different story. This is a new position. It's not a new position. It's been approved before, but it's a newly funded position. So when we're working on the budget, this is a position that we're going to have to add into the budget that we currently don't have in our budget. So this is an additional expenditure. this is an additional expenditure that's gonna go into that, towards the fiscal year 2026 budget. So with any new position, there's always, the concern that it's an additional expense that we didn't have before. In this case, the fiscal impact next fiscal year is $167,000. And when we're working on the budget, the way that we're gonna have to fund this is either we increase our revenues, our projected revenues, to be able to fund this, and expect that materializes, or we reduce the expenditure somewhere else. Also, I know that there is the possibility of it being funded or partially funded by the revenue coming in from the different grants. The only thing that I want to say with that is that, grants are not very predictable. They're unpredictable sometimes, it's just grants. Some grants you have to first spend the money, and then you have to request reimbursement, and then reimbursement might take, 1 fiscal year, 2 fiscal years, 3 fiscal years before you see that reimbursement. Also, some grants don't cover salary and benefit expenditures. So it's not very predictable, and where I could say grants are gonna cover 100% of the expense. We don't know, that's an unknown. It might cover some of the costs. So it's like with any new position, there's always that concern of you're gonna be able to fund it in the future. Also, with salaries and benefits, it's always a concern because it's once you hire somebody into that position is gonna stay there, and it's gonna increase. The cost of that position is gonna keep increasing and increasing and increasing by fiscal year because of your cost of living increases, your CalPERS rates going up, your health insurance rates going up. So it's an ever increasing expense. So with any position, there's always that risk.
And another thing was...
It's like with any position, if I may, any position in the private sector, if it's not functioning, if you don't need it, you do away with it. It has to be a position that's going to function. But if you don't... Sure, I understand, but go ahead.
So one of the things that I was concerned with was the grants that we've had before and the funding that we received that was not properly allocated to where its destination. And that was one of the main things during my campaign. One of the things that I said that I was going to move forward and make sure that didn't happen. Because I know that's how we got in trouble, and that's why we're not getting a lot of grants.
And that's why we have millions of dollars frozen and never been unfrozen since 2013. We can't even use them here at the city.
Would this person be able to go back and rework those items?
Well, that's an item proposed on the forensic audit. So in theory, that'll be addressed. They actually have someone working on it right now.
We currently have a team, Marisela Torres, Rosalba, Mr. Coyne, and it had started with Ms. Soto, and we're close to freeing up some funds. We've been sitting in these meetings with CDBG, HCD, and they like the work that staff is doing with the spreadsheets and the information that we found. Everything gets scanned and sent over to them, and they appreciate that because it helps them realize where we're at, and we're pretty close on to freeing up and being able to be eligible again to apply for CDBG and so on and so forth. So staff is already working on that. We have one person that comes in, she's been digging through files that we had to bring back from storage because there's some missed documents, right? And they were able to find some, put that with the paper trail and create those files, hand them over to the state. And it is a work in progress. But it is 3 people that, Ms. Torres comes over from finance. After she's done with her duties, I have Ms. Rosalba sit there all day, do her work, and then Mr. Coyne jumps in as well to kind of put the documents in order for us to be able to reapply for these grants.
Thank you. With all due respect, though, if the current positions were sufficient, we wouldn't have frozen grants and frozen funding.
So I do want to clear something out because of the comment that you made about a city engineer. This position in absolutely no way interferes with the position of city engineer that's open, the position for city manager that's open, and every other position. It interferes in absolutely no way. This is a separate position. The city engineer has been open for several months already, and unfortunately, we haven't received any applications. I hope that answers your question. Okay. Okay, yeah, so, but if there was any questions, I wanted to make sure that there's no beliefs that it's interfering with any other positions, because it's not. So do I have a motion?
Madam Mayor, we have another public comment
Okay.
from Jose Hinojosa.
Jose Hinojosa, 1056 F. Torres. I don't know if you guys have looked into a grant writing consulting firm. There's grant writing consulting firms that can address specific city issues like San Isidro, San Luis, Arizona, Nogales, Brownsville, El Paso, and you don't have to hire someone when you hire a consulting firm that they've already applied for the federal grants, and you can look at another firm that does grants for cities, Madera, like cities like that are similar to ours, and you don't have to hire. So if you vote on this item, please open it for that option. Either you hire someone, or you may hire a consulting firm a grant consulting firm that would take care of all the paperwork that, unfortunately we haven't taken care of for years. Thank you.
Thank you,
Since
Mr. Hinojosa.
I'd like to make a comment.
Well,
Every made a comment, I'll make a comment. Yes. You know what? I'm opposed to this. I'm going to tell you why. I mean, our budget can't sustain this position. It says that it's going to be paid for itself. Not all grants pay for administration fees. Let's face it, if you've worked with grants, you know what I'm talking about. The second thing, this city has had 2 grant writers in the past, and they were discontinued. Why do you think they were discontinued? Because they didn't work out. Second thing, we have a new administration, a federal administration, that might be cutting all these federal fundings. I mean, haven't you guys been seeing the news here? So we're gonna have someone earning $157,000 just standing around because he won't be able to get any money anywhere. So I know that we promised change, but that is not important right now. What is important right now is those 4 paramedics that we're losing, and every other public safety officer that is leaving us because we cannot compete with other cities. So think about it, because once you bring that position, it's forever, and that individual will go on to the general fund and become ours for the rest of Calexico or whenever he or she leaves. So think about it. And that's all I have.
Any comment?
I do want to add that there's a lot of back and forth, but I don't agree with saying that if it hasn't worked in the past. We've had more city managers than sitting presidents of the United States, and that's the truth. So there's a history of a political climate, changing things, voting for things, and here and there, and I think that this item is a good item. It's going to benefit the city, and if we can't, I could go to the history again. 2017, 2018, a consulting firm was hired. It's part of a public audit. If we do our research, you can see. Go online to the state auditors. That's how we got promoted to 5th riskiest city in the state of California. Since then, we're number 2 riskiest city in the state of California. But in that audit from 2017 to 2018, which was released in 2019, you'll see that we brought in consultants to do the grant managing of the CDBG grants, And the audit found from the state auditor's office that they didn't even know what these people were doing. So we spent $147,000 on this consulting group, and we never got anywhere. So, and then they left. And that's the thing with consultants. They come and go, and then we're left in limbo. So there's going to be pros and cons to every decision. And are all the departments needed? We need staff in every single department, from city engineers to ambulance services, and we do need someone to help us with the grants. So that's my 2 cents, and
Well,
it's
I have
a
one
lot
more
of back and
comment.
forth.
One more comment on this. Item 10 that we just tabled, that was a grant.
And no one was
Right
mad
there,
at it.
Public Works, but that's not the only, we have the DUI grant by Sergeant Nuger, or what's that? Sundar? That was one. We have the firefighters writing grants. Why don't you ask our staff, how can we support you and encourage you to go after these grants? We have the talent here. You need to believe in our staff. We're bringing someone that we're gonna waste money on. These people are working hard. And that's what we need, to support them and give them the resources that they need, so when they do get or go after those grants, they have everything they need. But yeah, we want to bring someone in, pay him $150,000, and really, there's no guarantee that he's going to bring us money. And yet, our people are bringing money to us. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, and currently right now, we have 3 people working to get 1 grant into compliance because we can't quite make one whole person. So you pull one from a few hours, and then another one comes from a few hours, and then another one comes for a few hours just to get these documents to the state. And there's no contingency. If any one of them leaves, we're done. And that's been the history of Calexico. People leave. We have a extremely high turnover rate. That's why JPIA wouldn't even renew our insurance, because we had so many city managers. That was one of their findings. So it's important to create contingency as well, and it does support the departments.
Okay, so,
Madam Mayor, I have another public comment.
yeah, I'll allow her to speak a little bit. I just don't want to lose my train of thought. I'm sorry. But I did want to just answer the concerns of Councilmember Calderon, which are very valid. But again, this position in no way is insinuating that our staff is not being given the chance, that they're not doing their work. This, the process of a grant is not just applying for a grant. That's the easy part. The hard part is maintaining the grant, reporting on the grant, to keep our doors open, to bring more grants in. And that's been the problem. There's no coordination amongst grants. The city manager has a lot of other items that he's looking at, to where he also needs to oversee each and every grant that we have. And then the last thing I'm going to comment is that this position in no way affects the position of our paramedics that are leaving, because those positions are already funded. Like any other position, when people leave, they're vacant, the funding is still there. So again, this position has nothing to do with paramedics. It has nothing to do with our current staff in each department that is already writing grants. But like I said, we need oversight, we need reporting, we need to ensure that, I'm not calling you out, but that we're not bringing items up that are set to expire in 2 months. Because I know grants don't have a 2 months lifetime. They're years. Most of them are years to spend. So if you have this type of professional position, they're gonna come and they're gonna say, hey, what are you doing with the grant? You've had it for a year, you're not doing anything with it. That's why I believe this is the position that's so necessary. I guess we can agree to disagree on this one, but it's just the way I see things and the way you see things, and everybody else sees it different. Public comment, please.
Mr. June Kim?
I need talk the bottom of the line, which is our duty from the city. Actually, if we city did running the right, everything supposed to be right, then we didn't have any problem. But what I know, city, for example, CDBG money, they lend the people, even though they cannot have a two loan from the city, they give the two loan because of politics. So which is our last of grant benefit, our politics step into there, or their own benefit, or their somebody. When we releasing the money, for example, the spending is not follow the rules. Because they don't know, more than they don't know, they are influencing somebody's benefit. We have a lot of the CDBG money, we lend the people, we cannot collect it. Because they already, after they got the money, they closed the store, they left. So our running the grant, it makes the differences. We are not doing right. Because it's a manager or not, my point of view, better have another staff to help the city, especially the Lisa has some knowledge. So why not? Why we cannot fix ourselves? That was saving a lot of money. I have a small stores. My wife and me, we have to clean the stores. We have to do a lot of things because we cannot afford the managing business with the hirings. But I see it right now, more than Indians, more than chief, we need Indians. They can be actually works. Lisa was mentioning we borrow the personnel several hours. Why we cannot increase another step to taking care of it? I am commissioned the city, county, the child first. We always have lending the money for the grant. We have about over 2 million grants to every year we are relieving. That all the grant writing is a staff from the people, from the town. They not hire any consultant from the outside, they write in the grants. So actually, why we cannot spend money by the grant rules? Because one, we didn't have enough staff to follow the rules. And second, politics, they are involving there, so they ignore the rules. That's why we had happens. For example, City of Calexico, when I was council, we have a $600,000 for the Chelsea. And the staff was saying the money, project income, they can spend money for the low income sector to benefiting. But it was not, percentage not enough. So what happens? City has to pay the $600,000 to the state. Chelsea, they don't want to pay for that. So I believe we have a more step to help them. I believe even some council member or we get the community benefit or input we can take care of ourselves. We need to fix it first. We're losing the money, but our situation cannot receive the money. So why don't we spend time to fix the problem we have?
Thank you, Mr. Kim. I believe Councilmember Thailenda has one more comment, and then we can move forward with.
Yeah. There's, like you said, pros and cons. I want to say the month was September 2020. City's on the naughty list still for CDBG funding for program income for housing funding. So it's the Cal Home program, local housing funds, home programs. So those are frozen up until now, millions of dollars. In 2020, September 2020, it's an agenda item if you guys want to go look it up. The city got CDBG COVID relief money as an emergency grant. And that money was to be used as utility payments. No one was here to be able to manage it. So it got passed around, and guess what? Nobody benefited from utility payments who could have benefited. And that's one example of two more, so it was a total of 3 grants. And whatever happened and transpired, they gave it to staff who's already busy and short-staffed, and then it just gets passed around. There's no oversight, and whatever oversight there was, well, up until now, and correct me, Juan, Have we gotten reimbursed because that money went from project to project, from utilities to then small business grants to this, to that, and then finally to Fire Station 2? And because we didn't have someone to properly submit the documents or the resolution, and the resolution came back 3 times before this council in the last year, because the one person who was overseeing it, who's no longer here, couldn't get it right. And so have we been reimbursed? We have not been reimbursed that money yet from that grant, and we're always being told, and HCD is probably watching right now, and that's the state. So we're always being told, well, you're going to lose the money. Do this, do that, and we're always rushing. And then who's affected? The community, because no one was able to benefit from those COVID relief monies when they were first issued in 2020. We're benefiting, hopefully, now greatly, and they do reimburse us the money, because if we don't get that money reimbursed, then that's just from our general fund. And it went to one of the best causes that it could go to, which is our Fire Station 2. We need it, a long time coming. So because of that, we haven't even been able to get the money back that we already spent, even though we've been working with the state and they've been giving us their good faith effort. We haven't been able to get into compliance. And these are facts of the matter. It's all documented in council agendas. You can go through the last year. So yeah, it's important to create internal controls, which this city lacks greatly.
Thank you, Councilmember Thailenda. And the last thing I promise I'm going to say about this is that the only reason why, at least to me, consulting wouldn't be an option is because if you go back to item number 11, the $97,902, it's for consulting services because we don't have a city engineer. So I'm sorry, but consulting services are always going to cost more. With that said, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion to what? To approve. Okay. Motion to approve by Councilmember Marquez and seconded by Councilmember Thailenda. Roll call.
Mayor Diana Noricumbo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi is absent. Councilmember Lisa Thailenda.
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon.
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 13. Is Councilmember, yeah, can somebody call him? Oh, Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi? Oh, she went to look for him? Okay, item number 13, authorize the revised salary schedule and approve the allocation of additional funding for the city manager position to ensure competitive compensation, attract top-tier candidates, and retain experienced leadership. Do we have public comment?
No, we don't.
Okay, council members, do you have a comment?
Yes, I do. One, how many applicants do we have so far on this one?
In total, with this rate from October, November, and to up to date, because we did get a list of 10 candidates, 15 to 20.
16 to 20?
From the previous HR director, the binder that she has, to a few here and there. There was an Indeed account that was opened, and a few went through there to our HR consultant, and then just yesterday there was a list of maybe 10 candidates that personnel shot over to Mr. Rick Johnson to screen and to do the same process that, the email that I was sent out to all council regarding the gentleman from the binders that was initiated. So you are probably looking about 15 to 20 candidates.
Then how come we've only been presented like not even
Because
a
they're,
fraction.
because we just
Right,
got them
so
and they're
can you-
screening them. You were
Oh, okay,
presented
yeah,
with
clear
4
that up.
candidates. And I
So-
do recommend you move forward with them because there is other pressing issues that I need to deal with at the fire department regarding the ambulance. But these recommendations were given out, and again, like, there are 9, 10 that I saw, that I kind of glanced over, and I shoot them over to Mr. Johnson to screen as fast as he can and make sure. And there was another couple, a gentleman from Coachella. There was another one today that I told him he kind of submitted it wrong, but I had personnel say, hey, have him submit an application. So we are getting applicants. You know, there are people submitting it. You mentioned, and I apologize for, you know, the duration, but I did get us on government jobs. I showed it to Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi that I did push that through, so it is on there as well. So hopefully we get some more through there, but we've had a few that still need to be screened, and then Mr. Johnson will give out his recommendations, which he did with the previous.
So in total, as of right now, how many qualified applicants has the council seen? Qualified, before council, brought before us, that you've shared with us in the binder? You
Qualified?
cannot disclose,
About
like,
3 or 4?
qualified, correct, okay, thank you. 3 or 4.
And then including the one
Not
that we
including the
recently
10
got, yeah.
that you got
So-
today?
So it's just having to sit down and having an interview with these gentlemen and see where we're at.
And these 10 other ones have not been screened
No,
yet?
well,
Okay.
they sent that came through Indeed, and obviously Indeed, it's not the, you know, but they are seeing the posts, so they are applying, and he'll go ahead and screen them, and he can just say, like, you know, like he's done before, it's not gonna work out, they don't have the experience, and he'll give me a rundown on the interviews and screening.
And on some of these, he's told you that they are experienced individuals.
You do have previous city managers on here.
I'm sorry?
You do have a previous city managers that have applied,
Okay.
or administrative workers.
So the reason why this item was brought up was because I guess if those 10 applicants, they must have all came in today, because I've been here for 2 months and I've only seen 3. And 1 yesterday, so that's 4. The history behind the city manager position in this city, I think we all know how that's gone for us. To me, I don't take this position lightly, because it's the CEO of a corporation. You know, it's the city manager. They're the ones that come in with the ideas and how do we do for our city's services and our growth. So we have had this position open for, I believe, 8 months since I've been here. I saw 4 applications. I don't know what I mean, I'm not going to say much anymore about that, but all I can say is that the city needs somebody very qualified, very experienced in leading, in finding solutions that I'm not going to say necessarily municipal experience, because I know that the example that I like to say a lot about this position is if the CEO of General Electric comes and applies for our city, and he's one of the most highest regarded CEOs in the world at some point, just because he doesn't have municipal experience doesn't not qualify him when you have someone with that mentality and that way of operating and all that knowledge. So I believe that our city really needs to move away from just hiring maybe too fast. I understand you want to get back to the department, and that's a separate situation, but we can't just hire someone just to hire. It needs to be the right person. It needs to be the right fit. And since this position has been open for 8 months, I know it's a lot of money. It really hurts me. But the reason why this is even considered is because we believe that the reason why we haven't received that top tier applicant talented CEO level applicants that we need is because we have our neighboring city paying a lot more. We are the riskiest city, or second riskiest city in the state, and we're paying less than El Centro, although El Centro is bigger and has a larger budget, but I think we're paying less than Brawley.
And Imperial.
And Imperial.
I wish that would have been on here.
And Brawley has a city manager and an assistant city manager. Imperial has a city manager and an assistant city manager. We only have our city manager. And you're paying him less and you're expecting him to come and help us out and come with all that talent and knowledge. It's not going to happen, I mean, unless they're crazy. But, you know, if they're crazy and that smart, I mean, I don't know. So the reason why we brought this to the table is because we need to be able to compete for the talent. Otherwise, we're not going to get the talent that the city needs. And, you know, it's unfortunate that I know you're probably here longer than you have been, and I know you get scrutinized a lot, and a lot of times it's with no reason, but I want to thank you, and I appreciate that you've held on for so long, and I just hope that soon, if we can screen out and look at these positions. But another thing is that you have applicants that maybe are going to find out. Oh, and let me bring up another point. So the city of El Centro has an interim city manager. The city of Brawley has an interim city manager. So it means they're hiring. So we're hiring and they're hiring, and they're paying more, and they're less risky, and they have less issues. So where would you apply? So the only thing that makes sense to us is that we're competitive, so we get, excuse me, the talent that the city needs, and the talent that you deserve, that the employees deserve, that the citizens deserve. And that's all I have to say.
What is the additional fiscal impact for this?
For this fiscal year, it is, and this is also kind of like the grants manager. This is going from March, someone was to be hired in March, and then all the way through June, which is the end of the fiscal year. The fiscal impact would be $16,642.60. But next fiscal year, you're looking at, if approved, you're looking at a total fiscal impact of $325,260.94. So if you were to keep that position, I guess the difference between if you were to keep that position at 181,000, which is what it is right now, and move it up to 220,000, the fiscal impact next fiscal year would be 49,000, almost 50,000 for the full fiscal year.
But that's including
That's
benefits
including,
with it.
yeah, that's salary
Okay.
and benefits.
Thank you.
Any other comment? No? So do we want to proceed? Does anybody have a motion to approve or not? Yes, sir?
I try to keep quiet, but I can't. This is the single most important decision you're going to make. 2 of you are here for 2 years, at least, and 3 of you are here for 4 years. 2 of you in the past 18 months lived through scenarios with a city manager that you left our city. Now you're leading our city. The decision that you will make will impact all of us. So forget about my supervisor hat. I'm a resident of Calexico for 51 and a half years. The decision that you guys make will affect all of us for at least 3 years. And given how contracts are made, more than likely fiscally, 4 to 5 years, realistically. It's the most important decision you will make because even though you are the elected officials, the city is run by a city manager. He needs to earn the respect of each and every department head, and he needs to earn your respect. He is a cushion between city elected officials and department heads. It's one of the toughest jobs I've ever known. I've been lucky to work with individuals that weren't perfect, but worked for our city or for our county. Armando Villa, David Dale, Miguel Figueroa, now Miguel Figueroa at the county, Tony Rahotis. These are all individuals that are not perfect, but they basically busted their butt for the city or for the county. what I'm trying to tell you is, whatever decision you make, with the 3 individuals you have, or the 10 individuals that come in, you need to be fully sold on this individual, and I would beg you to be united in your decision. Because if you come in and you present on a 3-2 vote, you know what that means. And history proves, Councilmember Thalinda, you mentioned it. We've had a circus act when it comes to city managers, and it's just a revolving door. And that is one of the major reasons, if not the number one reason, why Calexico has been unsuccessful year over year over year over year. So I beg you to make the right decision, the most ethical decision, and if at all possible, some of you swallow your pride and go 5-0, because that is a huge, huge support for that individual that you will be hiring in the future. And that also sends a message to department heads that you are in full support. That position is extremely challenging. Juan, do you agree? So, thank you.
Thank you.
I do want to add, leadership will make or break any agency. And we've seen that time over time in our city. It is the most important decision that we can do as a council for our staff and for our community. So it is important to get top tier. And it is important to get a large applicant pool. How many city managers, and maybe it's not the best comparison, but I'll go there, did Coronado get that they shared with us?
The city, so at the meeting, the workshop that we went to a couple of years ago, the city of Coronado got about 240 applications for city manager.
Yeah, I mean, we're not Coronado, but
right.
We're better. We can be better. We're a border city. We have way more to offer. But with that said, I'd like to motion to approve.
Okay, do I have a second? Okay. Yes, sir.
I apologize. I know you're going to take a vote and this isn't appropriate, but just one quick thing. Councilmember Calderon mentioned the fact that you approved hiring a grant writer. That is why this vote and whoever you hire is so important, because we have such a huge need for public safety, fire. Now we have an issue with fire and ambulance. We're short-staffed from a police department. We're missing a city engineer, a planning director, economic development director, HR director, etc. But without that figurehead up there, you are going to be challenged to hire the right people in the right positions. So that's just, and I apologize, I wanted to say this, but the emotions got to me because it's just such a huge vote that you have, responsibility that you have in the vote that you have in your hands. So I just wanted to add, to a certain extent, fuel to the fire in the fact that it's very hard for you as city electeds and the interim city manager to hire anybody that's half competent for positions that are so sensitive without top leadership. Thank you.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second, correct? Roll call?
Mayor Diana Noricumbo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi?
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Thalinda?
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon?
No, and I want to tell you why voting no. The financial status of this city is still unknown. None of us know whether we're in the red or where we're at. We haven't seen any paperwork. And we're not selecting a city manager today. What I'm opposed to is that we're paying them almost $45,000 more. And ultimately, it's going to cost us $321,000 a year with benefits and salaries. That is going to have an impact on our general fund. And we don't know if we haven't even talked to those 10 individuals that wanted to get hired at $180,000. But yet, we're going to give them 220 plus benefits, which equals to $321,000. I say no more. I'm voting no,
Okay, so we
Motion
have
passes.
the vote, okay. Okay, item number 14. Authorize the city manager to approve the request for proposal for the forensic audit of the Finance and Public Works Departments of the City of Calexico for the time period of July 1st, 2014 through June 30th, 2024. Do we have public comment?
Bill Maxon.
At 9:30. We have a in motion at 9:30, continue the meeting.
Thank you, City Council. A few questions for you regards to this is, right now you have scheduled for 2 departments. My question is, are you going to do this audit for every department or just these 2? And the second part of that is, why these 2 specifically? Is there a reason why you chose these 2 first? Are these 2 the only 2 they're gonna get audited, or is the entire city, every department gonna get audited going back? My other question is, why are you going back to this date? Does this 2014 have anything to do with the grants that you were talking about that were frozen in 2013, I believe you said, right? You had grants frozen, so I wanted to find out why the 10 years? Last question we have for you is, do you know how much this is gonna cost to get a forensic audit? And how are you gonna pay for this audit? Where's that gonna come from? You've been talking about this council member, and I've listened to everything he said, and he's had some very wise comments, you all have. But this is not going to be a cheap expense. If you're doing a forensic audit, you're probably talking hundreds of thousands of dollars, and where is that money coming from? And so both of my groups would like to know the answers to this and have some justification to it. And to make sure that this audit is not, you know, lack of a better word, it's not headhunting. You're not going after department heads to get rid of them so that you can remove managers to bring in people that are at will. I want to make sure that it's a legitimate reason for the audit. And how do you justify these 2 compared to the rest? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any more comment?
June Kim.
First of all, you guys have to look into yourself. You guys doesn't have any detailed budget. Of course, you guys not, some of you guys not studied, but the June 30, last year, they have 3 pages budget approved. So we're not gonna know exactly all the details. And we have to, first of all, what we have to do, we have to look into to make sure to you guys doing okay, and you have to be the pre-planned it. We don't have the pre-planned it. Nobody knows, no public doesn't know. I don't think you guys have that neither. If you guys have it, the public company is supposed to have it. You're not disclosing our budget. At the same time, the city of Calexico, at least starting from 2012, starting the forensic audit, not forensic audit. Forensic audit doesn't help you much. I was trying to investigate the forensic audit. That way we can find out where is the mold. If we cannot find the mold, we're just wasting money. So that time, our politics, they pull the money from the city 2 times, nobody pays. A lot of things happening. When I was council, 2013, the budget, you know how much the police department, the gas using for the patrolling? $300 for the whole month. Can you believe that? They didn't have a form of the budget in like what we used to have last year. Same thing. So that budget is not just a number. That's why we have issues right now. If you want to do it, the forensic, you have to be at least by 2012, June, July. But you guys have to have investigative. That's only you can find the more money spending is worth it. And again, please look into you guys, how you guys have a budget. You guys are asking, oh, do we have money? Do we have money? Why? Because you guys have the detail. If you have a detailed budget, there is every department they have a budget. City manager's department, everything, they used to have it. When I was mayor, I was successfully bring the budget form to everybody can see. Now, people cannot see it, even the council. So how are we gonna forensic audit to our past when we don't know how to see our budget for the current? We should. I was trying to get a budget forensic audit when the council, when I was a council, when we approved the forensic audit, next week, city manager, the financial director resigned it.
Thank you, Mr. Kim.
Thank you.
Any other comment?
Yes, Jose Hinojosa.
Jose Hinojosa, 1056 F. Torres. This item came before this council probably like 10, 15 years ago in reference to Hardstone. So I would beg you to add Hardstone forensic audit to this item. And it can be funded through the funds that we receive every year, around $350,000 every year that we use for legal and to make some payment that goes nowhere because this fund will never ever get paid. Just interest itself is $600,000. So we're not even making interest payments. Don't even mention capital to this bond. So I would beg you that you add Hardstone CFD 2005-1, Hardstone CFD, City of Calexico CFD, to this item, and it can be funded through the funding that comes in through the CFD that's paid every year, and there is funding there to pay for it. So I would beg you on behalf of the Hardstone community, broken down subdivision on the northeast of Calexico, that once you fix this item, fix this development is gonna sprout here in Calexico, Mr. Coyne. Everything down that Cold Road corridor, it's just waiting to be exploded in development. So take care of us, just like we take care of our payments every year. Please add forensic audit to Hardstone CFD 2005. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hinojosa. Anybody else? Okay, I'll bring it back to council for comment.
Yeah, I do want to add, all the CFDs are on there if you look at the agenda item, so they're on there. I requested that consultant contracts be on there with what was approved, like funding approved for the consulting firms. It's not, I don't see it. And what was actually paid out, but I don't see that under the first section, how you have it split up.
Was it the city compliance with RFPs? Or which?
That's under your second section. So, in the second section, they're not the only ones who do RFPs or have consultants. Like, we have consultants in other departments. So that would be a general one for the finance, like what was actually paid out to consultants.
Okay, I'll put it under the finance as well.
Any other comment, council member?
And this is just the RFP. Can you explain the RFP process, please, what you do? It doesn't mean we've hired anyone. It's to get costs associated with conducting a forensic audit.
Yes, so this action, if approved, all it's gonna do is approve this RFP with changes. I'll go ahead and make that change. And it's pretty much just, approving that this proposal go out there. It's gonna be posted on the website. If approved, it'll be posted tomorrow. Then we should be, bids are due by March 20th, 2025. And really it's to give us, right now there's no fiscal impact. We have no idea what it's gonna cost. Once we start getting all those proposals back and we are able to look at them and compare them and research, we'll have a better idea of how much it's gonna cost the city.
And that comes before the council for action, review,
Yes.
discussion, action, once any, if any, or if this is approved, and if any are received, correct?
Yes, once those bids are received, then you go through them and you have to pick the best responsible bidder based on our policy, our purchase policy, and at that point, whoever's chosen, that contract or agreement is gonna come to before council for approval. So really that right now there's no commitment, it's just kind of putting that out there for us to get, pricing and really that's it. There's no fiscal impact right now at this point.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi, you have any comment?
No, that was the question that I had regarding to the fiscal impact. You answered it. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Marquez? Councilmember Caldera? Any comment? I just want to reiterate that this is only to go out for a bid. We're not committing to anything. I think that it's something that we owe to the public to at least go out and see what it would cost, because we have had so many members of our community come to this chamber and say, we need a forensic audit. We demand to know what happened to this, what happened to that. And I think that the minimum, the least we could do is see how much it would cost, and then determine, and going off of the cost, we would determine if it's a cost that is worthwhile going through with. And so since it has no fiscal impact, and I would like to know how much it costs, and from there, the only thing, and I didn't see this, or maybe that's how it is as you have it, is that I would like it to be itemized so that if the cost is huge, at least maybe we can see, okay, well, these are the most important parts that we really want to see that the members of the community have a concern with. So maybe we won't go through the whole thing. Maybe we won't go 10 years. Maybe it'll go 5 years. But to have the option of having a bid that's itemized and selecting what, if it's something we proceed to go forward with, what the members of the community want answers to. And
So
that's
it's
pretty much what this is. I'm sorry?
So that is negotiable.
Yeah, something itemized so that they can give you, the cost of, I don't know, this is so much, but then it's got these different things there and what that would cost. So that if it's too much money and it's not worthwhile looking, at least maybe we can, or maybe the years, how much it would cost for 10 years versus 5 years, that kind of thing.
So there's some things that do go up to the 10 years. So,
Yeah, and
so I would, and that's why the time frame is important to see for those specific items. Maybe the other items could be reduced, but there's some to get into compliance with the state that do require that time frame.
Yeah, so that's why if we have both options, and for sure we have the 10 years, but then we also have 5 years, and if it's a cost that's too high, you can say, okay, well, this one, we only need it for 5 years, not the 10, but we would have both costs, so we can compare it and see if it's something, we even want to proceed with. But I think that at the minimum, we owe it to the public, because they've been asking for this for as long as I can remember. So that's all I have to say. No more comment? Okay, do you have a motion?
I do have one more comment that I learned this week. In 2018, the city was at risk, and the state conducted So maybe you want to consider that date, at least from 2018 and on, or to present, because, I mean, why go 10 if you already have some of the audits?
And that
Just
audit,
food for thought.
that audit is not a forensic audit, so it's different. A regular audit that the state conducts is very different than a forensic audit. So whatever they audited and the parameters are actually outlined in the document, do not look at these things specifically. So that's all I have to add. I motion to approve.
Do you have a second? I second. Roll call?
Mayor Diana Noricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon.
No.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Do we need to extend the time? It's 9:30?
We do. We need a motion to extend the time.
Okay,
past
motion
9:30.
to extend time. Do you have a second?
I second.
Roll call?
Do we know how long? Normally we extend it for a certain amount of time and we
Oh,
come back.
okay. I think we have one item left and it has a presentation.
And a closed session as well.
Oh, and then we have close, so an hour, hopefully? Yeah, no more than an hour. Roll call?
Mayor Diana Noricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, item 15, approval of the mailing of Proposition 218 notice for commercial and residential solid waste collection services provided by Republic Services.
Thank you, Mayor. I know a representative of Republic is here. They may want to make some comments, but before then, just a quick update. Under Prop 218, which was an amendment to the California Constitution, before government agencies want to increase any rates for service, they must notify the properties 45 days in advance of the hearing for the proposed rate changes. What we're doing today is authorizing the mailing of that Prop 218 notice, which need to provide 45 days before the hearing. Currently, we're looking to have a hearing on April 18th, when the council will consider revising their solid waste collection rates for both residential and commercial. These are being revised pursuant to the contractual terms and under the agreement you have with Republic, which is a 10-year agreement, roughly 2020 to 2030. For the residential component, it provides for an automatic CPI adjustment for a period of 5 years. That's the longest law allows. Additionally, for commercial, it would also authorize an automatic CPI adjustment for 5 years. Additionally, there are 2 back catch-up years in 2023 and 2024 when Republic did not charge the CPI, so that would also be included as well. At the April 16th hearing, if you do not have a protest by a majority of the parcel owners or tenants that pay for these services, then the City Council would be able to approve the revised rates pursuant to the Prop 218 notice and the CPI adjustments going forward. At this time, I'm not sure if council has any questions. I understand somebody from Republic is here. I'm not sure if they have any comments or not. Okay.
Okay, do we have any public comment? Do we have any questions from the council? No? Do you have a motion?
I motion.
Motion to approve, do I have a second?
I second it.
Okay, roll call?
Mayor Diana Noricumbo,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Future agenda items. Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi.
City Manager, if we can figure out the gasoline taxes, if it's assisting us with the fixture of our roadways, if we can have that by next council meeting. Also, there's been complaints at the Cordova Park regarding canines doing their necessities at the park. I don't know how to say that. Necessities at the park. Is there any way we can have a sign out there just to remind the citizens of the city ordinance violations and whatnot? yeah. So,
So the gas tax and
yeah, we can put some signs out there to remind people that it's against the law, or the city, I believe there's a what is it, a hazard, animal canine relieving themselves at the park. Just a quick reminder that they need to pick it up.
Okay.
And that's it.
Guess I'll go next.
Do you want to lead, Mayor
Yeah,
Pro Tem?
you should lead.
Yeah.
So, step in.
Councilmember Thalanda?
Yes. So, for the next agenda or the one after that, I'd like to see an informational item on the agenda policies, only because I think that the deadline is the next day after council, and I think that puts a lot of pressure on staff to produce reports that we're asking for and saying, oh, I would like it on the next agenda. So if we can get the current agenda policy brought before as well, maybe it should be a discussion action item actually, so we can give direction on that, and you know, kind of have a back and forth on what would work with the staff, a time frame. Because if I'm up here and I say I want to see on the next agenda this, but they have until tomorrow to produce it, that's just not, that's not fair and it's not doable. So I would like to see something like that so that we all know where we're at in reality and what we can ask of staff and what we need to fix. And I think that that might be something we need to fix, so that everyone can do their work comfortably and not stressed out. The other one I'd like to see is if we could get or bring, a few months ago, I believe it was a request from Councilmember Legaspi and myself during the summer to get an update from City Manager, City Attorney, and Chief of Police, what we're working on in terms of the transient population, the unhoused, and how we're getting them off, public right away, and what services we're offering them. I haven't seen that plan brought before council, and it fluctuates. Downtown goes to doing really well, business owners really happy, and then we get an influx of unhoused. So if we can get a little discussion action on what's going on and how it's being addressed, so that we know and so that the community knows what is realistic, because we want, and myself included, we want everything under the sun, but things don't work like that. There's no perfect project, and sometimes things take longer. I'd also like a status update on the old orthopedic building. Are we doing a cleanup? Are we gonna use that for practice? Because I know that the fire department's utilizing it for practice, which is great. I just want an update on if we're cleaning it up or just using it for practice. Another item is the AB 1379. We collect that fee on building permits, and it can be used for ADA. And I want to know what is in the fund and how we've been using it, if we've used it. Is it allocated to any projects for ADA? Of course, there's prevailing wage, so that's always a factor. But yeah, I'd like to know a little update on that. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Marquez?
I just want to bring to the attention the pavement. We talked about it in regards to the pavement. I know that it was approved July 25th, 2024, 8 months ago, for us to have the community center, the library, and the PD's parking lots paved. It's concerning because of the state that they're in. I know that they talked about doing some other works before that, but I just think it's something that we need to move on quickly because of accidents. Okay. And also in regards, I believe we have a picture of one of the sidewalks and how it was left. So I don't know if there's any way that we can repair that. It just looks
Do we have
horrible.
a location? location of the sidewalks?
I do believe it's on Cole. I know there's two on Cole Road,
Oh,
yeah, but they all look the same. And it's dangerous because it's a pothole. They left them just with, in the beginning it was just left open. Now it's kind of filled in with rocks, but it's still not the way it should be. Once again, opening ourselves up to accidents. That's it.
Councilmember Calderon?
Yes, I'd like to have the financial, fiscal status of our city. We can get a report where we're at. And also if you can take care of the corner intersection of Cole and Meadows, where Roe did some construction or did some sidewalks. They left a lot of dirt there, and for runners that are going through there, they could break an ankle or something, or you can't even push a wheelchair through there. So maybe you guys can follow up on that. That's all I have.
Same as what Councilmember Marquez and Calderon said. So just because I know we're gonna fix the roads and we just fix the sidewalks, but it doesn't mean that we leave a pothole or a little hill right after, you know, where the sidewalk ends, and it's supposed to be a ramp for bikes or people in wheelchairs, and some of them, you know, it's a little ramp. So, I mean, I don't know, shaving it off, leveling, or whatever needs to be required, but it's something temporary until we actually fix Cole Road, but definitely do something. If you maybe just a drive around for where all the improvements were made, and just make sure that all the little corners are safe. The trash cans on Cordova Park that they brought up, yeah, it is kind of like these here. It's kind of like laughable. I don't know what they had in the past, but the lady said that they used to be different. So I don't know if we can get something similar to what they had. I don't know the situation, honestly, but this does not look like city property. I know maybe we were trying to do something quick, but I mean, this is probably not even for a Band-Aid, because they could probably steal it, and, you know, it take longer for you to place it than for them to steal it, or fly around, or hit a kid with the wind. We have a lot of winds here. So if you could look into that, please. Rodriguez Park, I don't know if the person who commented is aware that there's an intention that if the restrooms are not done, there were gonna be porta potties. That's what I heard. So let's just somehow inform them that if we don't get to finish off the permanent solution, that we do have a plan B, but we won't interfere with, you know, the success of the start of the Little League. I want to invite every citizen to apply and to share for the commissioners. We need everybody's involvement. So anybody that is interested, that has the time, that has the love. I know there's a lot of love and sometimes there's no time, but if you can't pass on the information, the deadline to apply is February 28th by 5 p.m. at here with the city clerk. It's not so much a deadline set in stone, because obviously it's ongoing and people come and go and leave. But we would like to have them there so we can look at them, review them, start the interview process, and get our interviews. But that's just for the public that's watching. We really invite you to apply. This is going to be as fairest process that can be. No compadre system, just people that love our city and have the time to commit. I would like to move forward with the MOU with San Diego State. So I know they sent us something, but to look into it for the internship program. Yeah, so I know we are all short-staffed, and we could all use the assistance of our undergraduate students that are next door. And last but not least, I received some very ugly pictures of the downtown, and it was so dirty. So especially around the trash cans, I know they're full. I know people urinate and do all kinds of stuff around it, but those are like the really ugly eyesores. But Councilmember Marquez had brought up an idea that she mentioned to me to consider it and see if how feasible and effective that would be to remove the trash bins completely. They're ugly, they're broken. She mentioned that the city of El Centro's downtown doesn't have any trash bins for the public. I believe the city of Yuma's downtown doesn't have any trash bins for the public. So by us, she was bringing up this point that by us having them there, we're just inviting the trash to come in. Maybe, yeah. And because of our proximity to the border, a lot of people don't want to cross things in boxes, you know, because I guess they pay taxes or something. So they leave all their boxes there and then try to cram them in so yeah. So maybe if we can try it out. They're ugly anyway, so maybe we can remove them, see if it works. If it doesn't, then replace them. That's just an option, but for you guys to plan out and see what would work good. But in the meantime, until we do something, I don't know if you already have a schedule to clean it up, to clean up the sidewalks, but whatever that schedule is not working, because the pictures that I received and I sent them to you, it doesn't look like it was done in one day. It looks several days. So if we do have a schedule, if we can make it more often or remove them, look at other options that will work for us. Yes.
Just one last comment from me. To the employees, I don't want you guys to ever feel unappreciated or that we feel that you guys are not performing. The positions that we are creating are to ease your work. How can we support you? I feel that by supporting you, by taking this load off of your hands, you'll be more able to focus on your task. And I don't ever want to leave this place having anyone think that they're not appreciated, because we do appreciate every single one of you. We know how hard you work. We know all the work that you put in. We know the long hours. We've seen you guys, you know, at all hours of the day. I mean, and Mr. Contreras the same. We do appreciate you, and I don't want you guys to ever feel like we don't. So thank you from us and from the citizens of Calexico for everything you do.
I also want to piggyback on that. I want Lily, please inform Mr. Arguelles that he was very professional, courteous, and he escorted us around, and he's very knowledgeable on what he's doing. So please let him know. Thank him from us. And another thing, the speed humps. Any words?
On Cordova area, they're in engineering. Ms. Falomir sent me the plans, so it's moving forward.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion to adjourn into closed session, or how does that? Yeah, my first time doing. Okay. Motion to adjourn into closed session.
Second.
Okay. Meeting adjourned into closed session at 9:48 p.m.
Quick.
Huh?
Okay.
Okay. Anything to report?
City Council met in closed session and has no reportable actions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Motion to adjourn?
Your motion
second?
first.
I motion.
Second.
Okay. A motion to adjourn at 10:48 PM.